Warning, kitty cameras. Get out there. It's trash day, so you're gonna see me pass by a couple times. I gotta take the things out to the street. Tux behaves. Mark, morning. Ew. Well, I guess y'all saw Tux already. He was running around. He wasn't even out of the house. Mama was right there next to the edge. That's why I was trying to get her to come out. She hissed at me and then went deeper in. I don't know why Tux didn't come back. Oh, I can't tell. I was in my bedroom right now trying to look, but I can't really see anything. What are you doing? Come here. Ah. I mean, I'm assuming she cleaned it off her butt by now. I think it was that dry food, man. I'm pretty sure that dry food was like 2 years past its expiration date or something. Possibly. I don't remember when I bought it. I might be able to. I don't even know where I bought it. If I can find it when I bought it. Because of the color that her poop was, it was the color of that dry food and really dark. And that's also what looked kind of diarrhea-y in Tux's poop yesterday was the really dark stuff. And that's probably the darkest food I feed them. And her butt last night was covered. It was dark poop. To see how that got juicy yesterday in the dark end. Man, light in, hard, dark end. I don't know. I just threw away all of it. And just to be safe. Tux was here. He didn't see him. He was up on top. He was up on top of the wall when I first went out there. But the trash can scared him off. I don't know why Mama didn't go to that other bowl, bro. It's got wet food in it. Oh, Mama. Alright. Tuxedo's being a weirdo, dude, about not eating. Only eating dry food. If you're gonna be that picky, hey, I'm not worried about it. You know what I mean? Hey, that's all good then. If he doesn't want to eat mama's food, all right then. I know he ain't trying to fight her though, because she's got all the buffness. You get all the protein every day. So far today, got the shower out of the way. I got the feces out of me. You got to get that, man. You got to get it out of you, man. Brush my teeth. What do you mean she looks big? You don't think I gave her enough flea med? You think she's bigger than Simon? There's no way she's bigger than Simon. I think she's just fluffy. I really hope she got enough of that med though. Because I don't know. I think she's just a long hair, right? Got longer hair. Angle the camera, maybe. I don't think that they're bigger than Simon, though, so half of the pill should be good. I mean, it's pretty rare for an outdoor cat to be bigger than an indoor cat. I think it would be. So I've done Simon's litter box already. Also, I mean, I just did it. I did her I do their litter boxes once a day, taking the poop and stuff out. But I gave him fresh litter today, so I had to clean the box in the bathtub and all that. That's why I was a little late. I was like 4 minutes late because of that. I wanted to get Simon a fresh box for trash day. I think I'll do hers next week. I give Simon so much extra water, man. He really does a number on the litter box. See, Tux is being a little weirdo, dude. You know what I mean? If Tux is going to be like that, he can go find somewhere else to eat. I've done my job. I've got flea medication in him, and Giardia, and other parasite medication in him. Oh my god, he almost got ran over just now. Tux. Across the bars. Dude, there must be food over there. It's interesting. What's interesting about it is, I wonder if he was eating food that he didn't really like, e.g., or example, this wet food right here, this beef. He was eating it because he was starving, but he wasn't starving because he wasn't getting food. He was starving because he had parasites, possibly. And now he's not so hungry because the parasites aren't taking half of his nutrients or whatever. That could be why he's not as hungry now. Maybe more picky because he's just not as hungry. Best case scenario, that's the reason. And why else would he just all of a sudden just stop right after I get those like the meds in him? Unless he got really used to me giving him those treats every morning with it. He just wants those treats now. He wouldn't even eat that off of the top of the food when I put it there, so I don't think that's it. Speaking of which, I was going to put some on Mom's this morning. I forgot. I'll go take some out real fast. Give her a little treat. Well, I can tell you're gonna rush the gate on me. Why is that? Why are you gonna rush the gate on me? No. Oh, I didn't see her that time. Thanks y'all for bearing with me while I got all that done. Hey, here's a little something for your troubles. Yep. Bro, what? Maybe it's the cinnamon, dude. I can smell it now when it's not hot out. I can smell it. I don't wonder if that's bugging her. She doesn't want to eat out there because of the smell of the cinnamon. Our cats don't like it either. So, Simon, I even Pro-Am. That was a close one, wasn't it? He didn't actually eat it, did he? Probably couldn't. Oh, he didn't. I forgot I had the other camera on it. He just walked up on it. Yeah, much cooler. Yeah, it's supposed to only get into the 70s here. All for the next week. For the next 10 days, I think. 10-day forecast. The hottest it's gonna get, it says, is 77. Well, all right. Oh. So yesterday, like I noticed on a left wing centric uh, news media had posted last night on the Taylor Swift thing, the Swifties. It was Taylor Swift endorses Kamala Harris. I get this monitor up. Hold on. Second. Dude, that bag that Simon pissed in reeks, dude. It's crazy how once that stuff dries, it reeks. When it's wet, it wasn't so bad. Like, crazy. I gotta clean that thing later. So, so it's this one right here.
We've got some breaking news, that perhaps the most important news of all. Okay. This This is probably the news that people will be talking about more than anything else that comes out of tonight based off the way our society works. That's a picture of Taylor Swift with her cat. And she just endorsed Kamala Harris on Instagram, saying, "I'll be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I'm voting for them because she fights for rights and causes I believe in, need a warrior to champion them. She's a steady hand, gifted leader. I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are not led by calm, and not chaos."
And she's a childless cat lady.
She's talking about LGBTQ rights, IVF, women's right to choose.
Did anyone think she was going to endorse Trump?
Well,
Of course, she endorsed Biden back in 2020.
Right, so this is not...
But to quote Taylor, Donald Trump is the smallest man who ever lived, and she knows all too well who we should all be voting for, and that's Kamala.
I mean, on the margins, though, do you think this sort of thing could make a difference?
No, I think if it does make a difference, those people shouldn't vote.
Well,
You want people voting who take a recommendation from Taylor Swift?
As a huge Swiftie who went to her Eras concert, let me tell you, I think her endorsement makes a big difference to a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, she is the most popular person in the country.
I mean, she impacted the economies of every city that she went to.
Well, good. Then when the economy goes into the toilet, she could bail everyone out with her billions of dollars.
Or with concerts, more concerts.
So my comment to that was most of our audience isn't old enough to vote. And the only comment I got back on it so far is based on what? What do you mean? Based on our music is made for children, pretty much. And looking at the fucking audience, whenever you look at like all the people that are outside of the venue that couldn't get in and they're like just there so that they can hear it from a distance, they're all kids. What do you mean based on what, you dumb shit? Based on my eyeballs. I was gonna say that. Based on what my eyes see. Right? Am I the only one that sees Taylor Swift's audience as being mostly fucking preteens and teenagers? Am I the only one? Half of fan base are women. The demographic reveal. Oh, well, this says 18 to 34. She's got 34% view. 2 in 5 Taylor Swift fans are football. So 34. If 34% are 18 to 44, what are the other 70? No, 66%. What's the other 66%? 66% of Americans aged 18 to 44 don't like her. So, where are all the fans coming from then? If only 34% of Americans aged 18 to 44 like Taylor Swift, according to these YouGov.com, whatever the hell that, apparently they know what they're talking about. What age group is their fan base? 33% were 30 to 44. 1 in 10 were 65 or older. This isn't giving me... Why aren't they giving me one with kids on it? God damn it. Was this one going to be it? Everything starts with 18-year-olds. She doesn't have any kids at all. What are you doing? That was not the smartest job. Alright, I guess I can't look at that unless I'm a premium member. %45% of Swiss US fan are millennials. Now all these are skewed differently. 21% are Gen Z and 25. So no kids at all listen to Taylor Swift, apparently, according to these statistics, right? Because 45% plus 21% plus 25% is pretty much everyone that they could be in there. So it's only Gen Z. I don't buy this shit, dude. Only Gen Z, millennials, and boomers listen to Taylor Swift. That's it. Here's a Swiftie demographic results off of Reddit. What they got. So why didn't just like put the age ones down here? Okay, here we go. .4% were 13 to 17, according to this survey on Reddit. I doubt very many kids are on Reddit. This isn't a very big survey, though. Look at the fucking poll. Only 355 people responded. There we go. That must be better. Mama, Mama, I'm coming home. That's good. That's good. She needs that hydration after all the diarrhea she had on her butt last night. Dude, what? Stop it. Please stop doing it. I know, it's your favorite thing to do. But you don't be doing that anymore. Nearly 3/4 of avid Taylor Swift fans are white. And roughly half of her supporters are millennials. I don't know anybody that listens to Taylor Swift, dude. So, that's weird. It's a bunch of fucking squares, dude. I feel like... I think that Royce Miller listens to Taylor Swift. I listen to her right now as he eats some Easter eggs. Some Cadbury Bunny ones. There's no real good... A slim majority of U.S. adults, 53%, identified as fans of Swift, according to a recent Morning Consult survey. What? Over half of the country is a Taylor Swift fan? I don't believe that. That's not possible, dude. I feel like these numbers are extremely cherry-picked, and they only use them to try to convince people to be Taylor Swift fans. Like how the presidential election will be like, we're up on the polls, so you should be on this team. You know what I'm saying? 60, we're up 10 points, You can be Team Trump, right? We're up. Everybody else wants to be here. You should too. Same mindset, like that they're trying to convince people that since other people like it, you should like it too. Taylor Swift is a government experiment, probably. Just like Yao Ming. He's a Chinese government experiment, though. Nobody in China's that big. I do as a genetic experiment. Soft on crime policies they're talking about. The consequences of soft on crime policies.
For the 9/11.
It's been on forever, though. Anybody important say anything? I don't recognize any of these fucking congressmen. She's being weird, man. Oh, Mama, leaving so much food on the plate and stuff. Very odd. Not even going in and sniffing the other one. She's not hungry. Maybe both of their appetites are reducing because of the lack of parasites. I mean, I thought she had a way too large of an appetite anyway before the Giardia. The way she could put down more food than Simon puts down an entire day in the morning, she could put it down. I thought that was a problem. I had some trouble last night during the debate, and it was a poll. You didn't read it. Oh, man.
At today's hearing. I don't think
by identifying at-risk individuals, tailoring your interventions.
Networks.
Education, networking, and advocacy.
Fucking flared up, man. Tongue in my cheek. Oh, hey, how you going? Oh, man, we didn't have a voice up for you. I'm sorry. Dang it. Good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good day so far. Or is it night there? Dude, have they still not caught that shooter? 8 p.m. Yeah, see? Hope you had a good day, man. Enjoy, relax. Good night now, too. Hope so. It's cold in here right now. Oh, all right. Otherwise, you would have been in some sort of interesting area to be a different minute. I don't even know if that's possible. All right. Here. Red bucket chitterlings.
I see them boys at war. I see them niggas from downtown, them boys at war. I see them boys at war. I see them boys at war. I see them niggas running niggas with them boys at war.
Hell. Oh, that's disgusting. That's a bucket of intestines. That's actually disgusting. Why is this fucking music in it, though? God, that's disgusting. People eat that. Oh, gross. Just plop it right into the sink. I get the poop out of them. I really don't get it. Why people enjoy that? Because don't you always smell a little poop in it? We looking at, oh, he's gonna open it up and rinse them.
And it's really, really long.
Bro, are they that cheap? Or is there even any meat in that? Like skin. What the hell are you supposed to do with that shit? Stuff it with meat?
For the record, you want to hold it out, just let you see how long this one chicken is. One chicken. It's this long, one chicken. One chicken. Let's clean it. Sometimes they're tough, sometimes they're very delicate, and the membrane is very, very delicate, and you can't hardly get it when you pull it sometimes. And those chillers, really. See how thin that membrane is? That's really thin. Like I said, we want to try to silk and clean the whole chiller without breaking it. And I'll go back over.
What the hell? That's such a pain in the ass, dude, for shitty food. God dang. I would definitely not spend this much time. Them things need to cost like 10 cents or something for the whole bucket.
Really, really long chiller.
Oh, that's disgusting.
And keep them all together. Best chillers in the land. Alabama original house of red buckets. Alabama red sauce. Romaine. Chillers. Old fashioned. Oh, those just beautiful. Let's get started. Hey.
Alabama red sauce. They're already in sauce. And, dude, the only comment is don't eat that. You're not a slave anymore. Wow. Oh look, somebody uploaded something about the migrants. About the Haitian problem.
Make a quick video to address
this is from yesterday.
Looks like it's made national and international news about the Haitian migrants that has been thrust upon us here in Springfield, Ohio, because that is where I live. And I just wanted to address the issue a little bit because I've seen a lot of stuff on national news and a lot of YouTube content creators weighing in on this situation. And I've even seen where they've, because for whatever reason, some news outlets are showing videos that are really not from here or have anything to do with the Haitian migrants here or about what they do. And it kind of irritates me that because this is a small town, so there's not like a bunch of videos that people like stop with their phones and start recording stuff when they see it. It's just not that kind of a place, so there isn't a whole lot of video evidence of
but it's happening.
this stuff happening. The fact that some news outlets are using videos that have nothing to do with this town, and then everybody's saying, well, this is a nothing burger. Fake news.
Exactly. That's what I was figuring. It's actually happening, dude. But because Snopes was able to debunk some videos because they weren't actually from this area, they're saying it's not happening. But like he's saying, they're just not making videos of it.
Well, I am
just like the other day, dude, when I was going to the vet, there was a dude dangling his dick out, like his shorts were halfway on for a good, like the whole time I was at the red light. A couple minutes. His dick was like, it kept coming out, and his wife was looking all like she was on drugs and shit. They had like working vests on, like not on, but hanging from the back of their van. You could tell they were living out of their van, but I don't know. It was just a weird scene. I didn't take a video because I was like, you know what? I don't want a video of some random dude on the side of the road with his dick out and shit. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to video that. And I'm sure in a small town, they're not trying to video everything. Like even in the big towns, we're not trying to video everything.
resident of Springfield, Ohio, and it is not fake news. There is an issue with them because we have in our local park, they literally have ducks down there that the park takes care of, and it's where they live, and they are being killed and
there you go.
Eaten. And as far as people's personal pets, I've heard stories, but I can't answer to that personally because I don't know. But I can tell you, because this is a car channel, I do car content, I can approach this story from the car issue, and when I say that, I mean their driving issues. I've witnessed this. They literally, and they have to have a translator wherever they go. They literally have been in the VMV where, like, I go and get my license plates renewed, and it's also where you get your license, obviously. And they literally have a translator, and they show up with a piece of paperwork that grants them driving privileges with no proof that they can actually drive, just that they're of age. It gives them driving privileges for 45 days, and then in 45 days they can go back and renew it, and they never have to show proof of how competent of a driver they are. We can't do that.
What the fuck?
And the accidents that are happening here in this
wow.
town are crazy stories, and like I said, I've witnessed some of this, so I'm approaching this from a car aspect. They can't drive. I don't know how they are
Dude.
even able to do this.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever been to Mexico or not, but I've driven in Mexico, and it's a little crazy. Like, everybody presses the gas pedal at the same time once the light turns green. They don't wait for the car in front of them to start going. Like, it's hectic. At least it was decades ago. I can't imagine it'd be much better.
Legally in this country, but they've hit trees, fire hydrants, people. I mean, there's been fatalities from them not really knowing how to drive. And as far as some of the stories where I've seen where, and even somebody called this old lady a Karen because she was complaining about the rudeness of them, just her trying to go to the grocery store. Well, it's a fact. They are some rude individuals, and I mean rude. I actually had some live across the street from me for a while. A 2-bedroom house. There must have been a dozen of them living there, and they have they get transported around. Some Haitians some of the ones that I've actually been in conversation with, the ones that are driving can comprehend the English language a little bit, but the ones that's driving the vans that goes around and picks them up, they have their own little network of getting people around that don't have a car, transporting them all over. And they literally pull up and they lay on their horn, and I don't mean for like beep beep, I mean sometimes 5 minutes straight, to where I've literally had to go out and go up to the dude and tell him to shut the motherfucking van off, get your ass out of the van, go up to the goddamn door and fucking knock on it.
We used to have a really big problem with that here. I've noticed it's not as bad as it used to be, but I live in an extremely diverse neighborhood. That's the right way to put it, right? I'm the only white person that lives here. So, and dude, so many times they'll just be out there, it'll be early morning, they just be like, honk, 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 honk. Like early, dude, because they're like going to work and they're too lazy to fucking get out of their car for a second and go knock on the door or give the guy a call, give the guy a text or something. They just honk out there. I know his frustration on that shit. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what do you? 7 o'clock in the morning. That goes for anybody that does that shit. You're an asshole.
Nobody wants to hear this horn blow over and over and over again. And I thought there was going to be a fight right then and there until he realized that I'm an open carry person. So it kind of de-escalated the conversation real quick. And from that point, he did, going forward, get out of his van and go up and knock on her door. So I'm saying they are rude to the point to where it's like they test people to see what they can get away with.
No,
and this is a small town.
What they do is they try to turn every small town they live in into Venezuela or whatever the fuck they don't come here and acclimate to America. They come here acting like the same old fucking deadbeats they were from wherever they came from, and they think that they were just going to be okay with it. And we're just going to be like, hey, welcome to America. Everybody loves everybody here. Fucking bitch. Ain't like that here.
20,000 people in and this is not
a
poor county. This is not a high-end wealthy county. And for them to come in and get preference, and I mean preference, and I'll give you one example and then I'm going to get off here. I have a brother who is
awesome.
disabled, and he's in a low-income apartment complex, and they were building new homes, they're attached to each other, they're not like apartments. They're all single floor because he can't get up and down the stairs, so he has to have a single floor deal. with a scooter, a little mobile scooter and stuff. But anyways, he had been on this waiting list for this new housing development for low-income and disabled people. And he checked periodically and see where he's at on the list, because they'll tell you, you know, you've got so many people ahead of you, and he pretty much knew where he was on the list, and he was getting close. This last time he called and checked on it, they gave him a number, and he's like, well, that's not where I was before. It looks like I went backwards on the list. Why? Well, I guess the Haitians, for whatever reason, for whatever political umbrella they are here under, got pushed to the front of the line. So now my brother has to wait even longer because of the Haitians, and they're not disabled. They're
unreal.
Special preference for housing that really should be, I hate to sound bad, but it should be for a U.S. citizen first. And
of course
then,
it should. That doesn't sound
and move into the apartment
bad.
complex that my brother's trying to get out of, because there's a bunch of young people there, single mothers, a lot of children. He gets nervous around all that, you know, so he wants to be in a safer environment for him. And this place was going to be it. Well, right now it's not looking like it's going to be it anytime in the near future.
Fuck these fucking people, man.
That kind of bothers me. I'm not going to say a little bit. I'm going to say a lot.
Yeah, it should.
But, so it's not fake news. There are cases of what they are saying on the news.
Fucking entitled ass assholes, bro.
Video evidence. There is some. And I can only speak to what I have witnessed personally. I cannot speak to all of it. But it is bad.
Like, they're not self-entitled. They're actually entitled.
A lot of people in this town, and I'm one of them. Because I'm up in age, and I'm disabled myself, so I worry that they are, like I said, they are rude people. And I could see them.
They're rude from breaking into our country, one, while not knowing our fucking language, and then taking advantage of every program they can possibly that all the NGOs are telling them about. That in itself makes them fucking rude. But you put on top of it that they're actually assholes to people? Dude, we need Trump in now. Get them the fuck out of here.
Numbers like in an apartment complex and kind of try to rule the area.
We don't need Haitians in America, do we?
Nobody will do anything about it. It's, if I went to a foreign country and I decided I wanted to live there, I would be expected to know the laws,
the language,
rules of engagement with everything. And if I get in trouble there for doing something that is against the law there, but not where I'm from, and not expect to get in trouble, that's just asinine. So, but right now there's no accountability in our local government. These people suck ass. They always have. I mean, they are just, you know how politicians are. It's just crazy. And I didn't mean for this to get to be this long, but I just wanted to say I am a Springfield, Ohio resident. These stories, for the most part, I can verify personally, are true. This is not fake news. And for the people that say that, fuck you. Come and take a tour in our town and see if it ain't true. So, and I've seen where it's made national, international, a lot of YouTube content creators are, like I said, most of them are just reporting it as they take it off of a news outlet, but some of them are digging deep and saying, wow, this is fake news, this video is from there, that video is not from there, and they're right, they're not. And it pisses me off, the news outlets that use those stupid videos that have nothing to do with our town. Anyways, didn't mean to ramble on.
It makes it so Snopes devalidates it.
My next video will be back to car content.
During the presidential election or debate, they debunk it because Snopes because they use those fraudulent videos. It got debunked, but it's actually happening.
Pockets Garage. I'm out of here.
And the goose photo was from actually that area, but it was just from a month ago. But so, I mean, they were probably doing it a month ago. I've been going on for a while. Multiple homes destroyed. Dude, I lived out here for a little while, restoring a house, Lake Elsinore area. Very much to do out there. Damn. Yeah, there's a lot of houses. Jeez. Houses right next to houses that are still up. Come here, sweet. You want to hang out with me? Anyway. I don't want to go out though. Girl. Very sweet girl.
A small town in Ohio has been overtaken by Haitian migrants. Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about the small town of Springfield, Ohio, which has been overtaken by migrants, specifically Haitian migrants. Now, this is a problem. Some are going to say this is racism. Oh, those white folks in Ohio just hate black people. No. The issue is a culture clash. And we're going to hear from black folks and white folks from that community about this problem, about the culture clash and how it's not sustainable at all. It is not sustainable. And there's a rumor about some cats and rats and bats and dogs getting eaten by these migrants. We're going to address that. Never you worry. But first things first, let's check out PBS. Okay, PBS is going to give a rosy and flowery view, and I don't think you're going to get the same rosy and flowery opinion from the people of that town. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
Today, the small city of Springfield, Ohio, found itself at the center of a fraught election year issue, immigration. Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance claims that Haitian migrants in Springfield are, quote, draining social services and causing chaos. He's also repeated a baseless rumor, already debunked by city officials, about pets being abducted and eaten.
Let's pause. Now, there's a lot happening with this one tweet. They want to point to this last piece because, again, there was a rumor we'll address in a minute, but they don't want to talk about the things you can verifiably prove as true. Social services drain, causing chaos. They're not talking about that part. They want to talk about, oh, well, this thing that he said isn't really accurate, maybe, so we're going to ignore everything else.
A story amplified by right-wing media and Elon Musk online.
Over the last 4 years, Springfield has seen its small population grow by over 20%, driven almost entirely by immigrants.
So 20% increase in your small town's population, all because of migrants. And that's not going to cause a problem at all. Everything's going to be sunshines and roses. Really? Okay.
William Brangham recently went to Springfield to understand how the city is coping.
The sounds of Haitian Creole carrying across soccer fields, in grocery stores, in restaurants, dishing up the popular Haitian street food pâté codé. It's striking, hearing all this in the heartland of the United States, Springfield, Ohio. Springfield's a small blue-collar city with a familiar story. Much of the factory work left decades ago, and the residents followed. A community of more than 80,000 emptied out to less than 60.
So if you have a small community with no industry anymore, and you get a 20% influx in population, and they're all migrants, what are the migrants going to be doing for work? How can this town sustain these people? And then, of course, there's a cultural issue. What are you going to do with that? We're going to see a little bit more of this. Then we're going to hear from the people to get that side of it. They're trying to paint this rosy picture, going to church, playing soccer. It's a little bit different when you just live in there dealing with people every day.
That is, until the last few years.
Our churches, we see new people.
In the pews.
Yes, absolutely.
Wes Babian was the pastor at First Baptist Church for almost 20 years.
For years, we've lost people, but you hope somebody else will come and take their place.
Okay, so you get the general idea of what's going on here. This is a good thing. Migrants are a good thing. They may go into more details later, but they're starting off rosy and flowery. Now, let's get straight to the meat and potatoes. This is the real thing that's happening.
Are they really a good thing? As if they're tithing the church with a lot of money or something, where they're just filling the seat up.
August 13th, 24. This is Springfield City Commission meeting. All right, they're talking about what's happening in the actual town. Check it out.
I'm done with what I'm seeing. It is so unsafe in my neighborhood anymore. I have the homeless that were trying to camp out, and I have made concessions with them, and I try to help them the best I can to keep them from trying to squat on my property. But it is so unsafe. I have men that cannot speak English in my front yard screaming at me, throwing mattresses in my front yard, throwing trash in my front yard. And I can't. Look at me, I weigh 95 pounds. I couldn't defend myself if I had to. My husband is elderly, and last night, after living in this home for 45 years, he said, Noelle, guess what? It's time to pack up and move. He said, we can't do this anymore. He said, it's killing both of us mentally. I don't understand what you expect of us as citizens. I mean, I understand they're here under temporary protected status, and you're protecting them, and I understand that our city services are overwhelmed and understaffed. But who's protecting us? If we're protecting them, who's protecting me? I want out of this town. I am sorry. Please give me a reason to stay.
That was a compelling, very, very compelling statement from this woman.
The Dems don't care about that. The Dems don't give a shit.
Problem. It's like, look, what am I to do?
She's just a right-winger. Who cares?
Like, we're just in our house living peacefully, never having a problem. Now we got problems every day. And you bringing them here.
Fuck Democrats.
Protected status. But what about us? What about the citizens who were here? What is your priority? Is it them, foreigners who are not citizens, or citizens? What's happening?
Give me a reason to stay.
You guys are just sitting up there in suits or something. Like, I really challenge you guys to get out here and do something. These Haitians are running into trash cans. They're running into buildings. They're running into... they flipping cars in the middle of the street. And I don't know how, like, y'all can be comfortable with this. Like, I don't know, like, who's getting paid from this. I honestly feel like someone's getting paid from it in the background.
A lot of these things do have financial strings attached. Yeah, that's a really big thing. People many times do get paid. A lot of these non-governmental organizations, a lot of these faith-based organizations, oh yeah, they get money from this in some kind of way. Because remember, there's a congressional Republican study that came out every year. I thought it was every 2 years. Every year we spend in some kind of way from taxpayer money, $450 billion with a B, $450 billion on the migrant crisis. Every year in this country, we spend that. So yes, you're correct, sir. There is plenty of money flowing around. I'm not quite sure if it's specifically for the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, but it probably is.
You got a bunch of people on a bus getting dropped off at a gas station to come down here. I know a single mom that FaceTimed me this morning at the welfare office that really need something. And it's nothing but immigrants over there.
So they're going down to the welfare office. So you got a regular citizen, a single mom that needs help. She goes down to the welfare office. When she gets there, all migrants. See, didn't I say it? Fighting for the same resources. Regular citizens and the migrants. Who's going to win? That's the problem that's going on right now all over this country. Whether it be Springfield, Ohio, whether it be Chicago, Illinois, New York, Los Angeles, wherever they at, it's a fight.
They're in the park grabbing up ducks by their neck and cutting their head off and walking off with them and eating them and it's going to get bigger and it's.
Now, what he just said right there about the duck, I think that is what sparked the rumor about the cat. You see, he said that they are going to the park, taking ducks, cutting their necks, and walking away with them, eating them. That's what he said. Now, I don't know if that's true or false. It could be. You come up from a third world country, you might do stuff like that. It might not really be a big thing, but I don't know if it's true or false. It's just him saying it, okay? So that's where that came from. Now, again, this is Springfield, Ohio, which is near Dayton. Okay, that's on the western, I guess that's southwest, maybe kind of central.
Another guy said it today, though.
Probably closer to, you see, Cincinnati.
Another guy said it
that way. Now, the whole story
that we watched a minute ago that they were eating the ducks.
With the cat did happen, but it was in Canton, Ohio, Football Hall of Fame, up there closer to Cleveland, which is not the same thing. And the woman was Black American, if I'm not mistaken. And I do have that clip. Okay, I do have that clip. So her name is Alexis Farrell, 27 years old, Black American.
But this
and
was
she's not Black American,
different.
I can't tell because her family members,
supposedly,
I think they call and they sound Black American.
You do.
Brace yourselves. This one's extra gruesome because what this woman allegedly did was murder a cat. And if that's not enough, she also ate it.
Okay, so that's where that came from. And this video you can see that's 8/16/24. So it's a little while ago, and that's her right there. This is a Black American. Okay, and you can hear family members and whatnot in this clip. That these are not Haitians. And again, it's far away. This is in Canton, Ohio. But the Haitian situation is happening specifically in Springfield, not the same part of the state. But as I close, I want to say this. The migration crisis, the migrant crisis is a problem. And it's not about race. It's not about race. It's about the culture of people coming from a different place. And when you bring them en masse to one location, especially in a poor place,
it allows
town,
them
middle America. Now it's going.
It allows them the ability to click up and almost be like a gang in your town, dude. Imagine that shit. They just brought a Haitian gang into their town.
It'd be competition over resources. Then it's going to be we don't really get along in the way we behave. Where do you put your trash? How do you raise your children? What kind of parties are we having? Do you have criminality with you, like the Venezuelans sometimes bring?
Of course they do. Haitians? Come on, bro.
The best way to avoid all this as I close and wrap it on up, put the bow on top, is to reduce the entry of people into the country.
They're probably stealing shit.
Close the border up. Don't allow illegal aliens to just be in here. All these asylum seekers and migrants. Let's put a pause on all that until we get our own citizens in a better way. Unless the goal is to replace regular normies, replace citizens, replace some of the elderly and retired with these new people. But if you're going to do something like that, can we get a better batch of these people? Because obviously they're causing a lot of problems, and I don't see the problems subsiding anytime soon, unfortunately, until we get a handle on the migrant crisis. But only until then. And I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your opinion about what's happening here with the migrant crisis and this small town, Springfield, Ohio, 20% increase in population, and they said that's all migrants, or the majority. Like, who's moving out there really? Like, I've never heard anybody say, hey, you know what, I want to go to Springfield, Ohio. That'd be a great place to retire. Nothing against y'all out there. Shout out to Springfield. But the 20% increase, we already know what's going on, and it's causing a strain on the people and the city's resources. But whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments below. You guys know where I'm at. Shut the border up. That should be the topic for the debate tonight. What are we going to do with the border, Miss Borders-Czar? Didn't you say you were the borders? I would hammer that point home. I would hammer it home like a nail straight on the top of the head of the nail. Ah, boy, that'd be really one thing, because this is a real world situation that's impacting Americans every single day. It is many times permanently altering people's ways of life because of the people that have come in that have disrupted their community that they've been in for their entire adult life. But whatever your thoughts are, please let me know in the comments below. And that's all I got to say for this video. If you like what you heard, please comment.
In recent days. Now,
we've been talking for 23 minutes already. Don't need 23 minutes of it.
Was there bias by the moderators today?
Whoa, that's a real question, Dr. Phil. Unless you're unable to see and hear, you identify the bias minute one. The fact-checking of Trump only, not Harris. Her obviously lying second one about the Second Amendment, about fracking, nearly about everything. Her not answering a question, they're not calling her out. Yeah, there was bias. Let's see what Oprah's Dr. Phil has to say.
Let's just look at body language. Look at the facial expressions of people when they're looking at Trump. There was clearly a bias against Trump in their faces. Let's take my other opinion. This is all my opinion. There's a little bit of a thumb on the scale when you ask one person 2 questions in a row as the primary question, and it's a softball question. That feels like bias to me. I would challenge them to tell me why that's not bias if I were in his.
Feels like bias. Can we be direct? That is bias. Simple way to do this. You're gonna ask questions. Trump gets one, Harris gets one. I don't need the moderators. I need 100 randomized questions. They know what the questions are. They randomize 50. Comes up on the screen. They've got 90 seconds to address the question. Other person's got 30 to retort. They go again. I don't need the moderators to be another, like, to dogpile on Trump and to fact check him when their fact checking was wrong. Like, some nice people were kind in Charlottesville, and that was fact checked wrong. But now it's out there in the media. Be direct, Dr. Phil, please.
Situation.
At the same time, we're seeing the commentators, they would be speaking at the same time President Trump was. So as he's trying to finish his answer, they would not only answer, they would keep talking as well. And you can and I believe, if I'm correct here, the volume of his microphone might have been a little bit hotter than everybody else's. That's why he sounded so loud. He was speaking loudly, but I think you'll hear this when you listen back and forth. This is my.
I mean, this is YouTuber basic itch stuff 101. You normalize the volume so everybody's volume's the same. That's what you do if you cared. But you make Trump look like a raging lunatic. You make her so she sits back and smiles at him, does the Uncle Rico smile as he's talking. Remember, the microphones are supposed to be turned off and they were on so she could interrupt him as well as the moderators? Of course it's not fair.
Well, let me remind everybody that Scott's a Grammy-nominated music producer, so he knows a little bit about sound.
So I pay attention to that stuff a little bit. Right. So he sounded a little bit louder to me, so that whether that was on purpose to make him sound more aggressive, I don't know, but he was pretty loud in there.
It's not by accident, dude. Come on, man. Can somebody take a position on something? I know he wants to get work from the Harris campaign, I'm sure. This guy here. They all know where the trend is going. 100 CEOs of Fortune 100 companies support Harris. Goldman Sachs support Harris. Dick Cheney, all the Cheneys. So we see where the trend is, because you can't have somebody that's not following along with edict dictated by the BlackRocks of the world. I mean, that's what we got here.
here were the questions until I had to walk over here. When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago? Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs? To Trump, why should women trust you on the issue of abortion? To Harris, why did the Biden administration wait until 6 months before the election to take action on immigration? To Trump, how would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? To Harris, why have so many of your policy positions changed?
I mean, all these questions are so easy for Trump.
I'm saying you go to their house with a gun and you're like, you're coming with us, asshole. It's time to go back home. All right? How we do it?
I stand with the Supreme Court. They're the law of the land. I respect their decision. It's back to the states on the abortion topic. They've been saying 10 million for decades. How we deport them? Real simple. If they're here illegally and they've committed a crime, they go back. That's the first level.
Yeah, that's it. Easy peasy. If you go, like, dude, remember when immigration used to round people up back in like the 80s and 90s? It was like, la migra, and fucking Mexicans would take off running because they didn't want immigration to catch them, take them, and deport them. We used to do that. It wasn't that long ago. It's in movies. I think it's in Blood In, Blood Out or Bound by Honor. That old movie. They're like, let me go, and everybody scatters. They don't do that though anymore. That's all you'd have to do. If you don't have ID, if you don't have proof that you're a citizen, you got to go. And I don't know how they figure out what they are. I wonder if by now they can just take their blood and figure out what ethnicity they are with like a gene 23andMe or something needs to hook up with the federal government and have it so they can test their blood and be like, yeah, no, you're Honduran. Time to go home. Don't put them in Mexico because, Mexico. You know what? They should all go to Mexico, though, because Mexico let it happen.
I mean, if Trump just could have answered it directly. Now, Kamala Harris answered nothing. Remember the question about, hey, 4 years under your leadership, are people better or are they worse? She went around and said she was middle class, grew up, worked at McDonald's. She won't answer the question because we know the answer is people are worse. It's very clear. I don't care who you are. You're worse off than you were under Trump. Your wallet's thinner.
Tracking assault rifles, the border. To Trump, is there anything you regret about what you did on January 6th? Do you acknowledge that you lost the 2020 election?
All these questions are so easy. On January 6th, you say, hey, I told people to peacefully let their voice be heard. I never asked for anything kinetic. That's been proven. And then shut up. Really simple. The women topic, stay out of abortion. The Supreme Court's already decided that. You just say, I respect the Supreme Court's decision. They are the law of the land. You move on. Don't take the bait, but he took the bait. That's what made this debate a disaster, because all the clips coming out of it, and they'll never show Kamala not answering a direct question. They won't show that. They'll show Trump, what they're going to frame him as, snarky, mean, angry, and rambly. And he fit right in. I don't know who's advising him, Tulsi Gabbard. If that was debate prep, 100% I could have done a better job. Answer the question directly. Don't use more than 45 seconds to expound on your answer, and you move on. If they want to say something, you pause. You listen to it. You think. Don't engage mouth, you've engaged brain.
And in each of these questions to Trump, there were fact-check follow-up questions, and I didn't hear that to Harris.
Nor did I, and there's a way you ask a question. I interrogated people for a long time, and when you're doing that, you want to look at, how do I ask the question? Why didn't you say, why have you not done anything about the border as a...
The fact-checking, my Lord, the fact-checking. They don't fact-check Harris at all. She says, hey, Tim Walz and I are gun owners. They asked about her taking away 2A rights that you enjoy. And there's clips, 1,000 of them. She said she'll do a mandatory gun buyback. What if I don't want to sell? That means the local PD knocks on my door with a gun to take away my ability to protect myself. Simple. Fracking. She said she stands with it. There's 1,000 clips where she said day one she'd stop it. None of this was hard, but Trump fell into the trap. He took the bait. He needs to listen. If I were sitting with Trump, I'd say, Mr. President, I want you to sit here for 5 minutes and shut up and listen to me. We're going to give you a question. You answer it directly. No more than 45 seconds in your answer. That's it. You answer the question in your first 2 sentences, and then you can expound on it. But Harris will not answer the questions, and that's what she did, and it made Trump look foolish. Now, what do I mean? They will take the sound bites, and everybody will see that on tonight's 6 o'clock news. That's what will happen here.
Opposed to Trump, didn't you? There's a more negative tone often towards Trump. At the end of the day, this is about finding out what they think and giving everybody a chance to understand it. And I thought it was a little heavy-handed at times.
A little heavy-handed? You don't get to know what they think. Kamala's had one softball interview where she knew the questions, it was edited, and she was on there for 16 minutes, of which Dana Bash was talking for about 10. And then Tim Walz steps in. This isn't heavy-handed. This is completely one-sided. It's Banana Republic stuff. Are you guilty? How guilty are you? Are you good witch? Good witch will sink, a bad witch will float. I mean, how do you win this discussion? Why don't these guys come in with a real opinion? Of course, it was completely biased. Here's why. They fact-checked Trump, not Harris, on everything. The entire debate. There was 2 moderators that attacked Trump when he was talking, including Kamala Harris, of which her mic was supposed to be off. Kamala Harris had an earpiece in. She wasn't supposed to have that. Clearly, she had the questions in advance, just like Donna Berlin did to Hillary Clinton. Clearly. And her answers weren't answers. They were filibusters, didn't answer the question. She answered a different question by going in circles about how she's a middle-class kid and worked at McDonald's. None of this is supposed to make sense until us, people who at least want a change from Biden-Harris. Remember, Trump's not the incumbent. She acts like she's running against Trump. He's been gone. The policies we have now are Biden-Harris. These policies are dictated by other people that have the real power. Harris will implement the same policies and go further left. She will go further left on these things. She wants to ban fracking. She will, just like Joe Biden said with the Keystone Pipeline. He said, I'm for it. Day one, he nuked it. He destroyed it. Until we're energy independent, we are done. If we're relying on batteries and solar panels from China to support our energy grid, support your energy, are you kidding me? I don't know why people can't speak directly on the matter. That's why independent commentary on this matters. People you watch, this channel, channels you watch you like. That's what makes a difference here. Not these people on Dr. Phil, which we saw the whole thing. You don't have to be a rocket scientist or body language expert or an FBI profile to see, yes, it was completely biased. They won't give you a direct answer. These people are complicit in it. I want a direct answer to the thing. It was biased. We saw with our own damn eyes. I don't need any expert to tell me, well, it's kind of off, whatever. We are not in a position right now where we're circling the drain to take this spot. Let's be soft on, let's be nice. They are not nice, these Democrats in charge right now. They will lie to your face and they'll sell joy, an opportunity economy. Please define an opportunity economy to me for 1 second. Tell me what that means to you.
I knew I could hear you doing something crazy. You love tearing up the tissue. Got it. Oh, here we go.
Moments after the big debate, Taylor Swift announcing she is voting for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. She also used her endorsement on Instagram to take a jab at Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, signing the post "Childless Cat Lady." Joining us now, CNN's Elizabeth Wagmeister. She has jumped into the political fray with no abandon here.
Whoa. Somebody.
She has. And, this isn't the first time that Taylor Swift has entered the political fray. Back in 2020, she did endorse Biden and Harris. So this isn't a huge surprise. But the surprise, Sarah, is that Taylor made an endorsement at all. It seems that for months there has been endless speculation on whether Taylor, who of course is one of the biggest stars on the planet, would make this endorsement. And this is the biggest endorsement from a celebrity yet.
Do people really vote
president.
for what the celebrities
Now,
tell them to do?
On Fox News, Trump was asked about Taylor's endorsement. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
I actually like Mrs. Mahomes much better, if you want to know the truth. She's a big Trump fan. I was not a Taylor Swift fan. It was just a question of time. You couldn't possibly endorse Biden. You look at Biden, you couldn't possibly endorse him. But she's a very liberal person. She seems to always endorse a Democrat, and she'll probably pay a price for it in the marketplace.
Now, when he says Brittany, he is referring to Brittany Mahomes, who is the wife of the football star Patrick Mahomes. She allegedly liked a post of Trump, so there's been a lot of chatter about that. And you see right there that Taylor and Brittany, who are good friends, they are hugging. They were at the U.S. Open having fun this past weekend. People made a big deal of that. But just like Taylor and Brittany, who are very famous in the real world, of course, Sarah, people have friends from all different walks of the political aisle.
I'm not sure she gives a rat's tail about potentially losing some fans, because that hasn't happened before and she's endorsed before, but we will see what happens in the future. Elizabeth Wagmeister, thank you so much.
Because her fans aren't Trumpers.
Taylor Swift took to Instagram. She wrote this, quote, "I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them." She added, "I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of running mate Tim Walz, who's been standing up for LGBTQ plus rights, IVF, and a woman's right to her own body for decades." Last night, Donald Trump didn't shy away from his role in overturning Roe versus Wade.
What I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that.
Here was Harris making clear that she wants federal abortion rights protected federally once again.
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening.
All right, David Polyansky, I'm going to put you on the spot because you have a daughter who's a big Swiftie, so you probably know as much or more as anyone at this table.
I doubt that.
About just how people respond to her, but also as the Republican at the table. I'm really interested to know, do you think Taylor Swift stepping in and doing this is going to move votes, is going to make a difference?
Sure, 100%. Look, it was a great night for Democrats last night. There should be some celebration. It will last a day or two, and then this is going to get back to the race that we've seen, a very tight race, which last time was about an 11,000 vote difference in places like Georgia and Arizona. So the debate will impact and move voters. It'll help shape the narrative. An endorsement like this can really move the needle over the long haul, especially with younger voters, with voters that I think Bakari talked about earlier, people that she needs to motivate to get out and vote, and even if they are going to vote, to make sure they vote for her and have an enthusiasm about them. I think it was the biggest part of last night, to be honest.
One of the things that I thought was interesting, Bakari, about how she framed this was she said that she was voting for Harris. Many traditional endorsements, people will then say to their followers, supporters, people, you should vote for this person also. Taylor Swift didn't do that. She said in her endorsement, you do your research. You figure out who is the candidate for you. And by the way, you need to be registered to vote. She was clearly talking to a group of people who she realizes may not interact with the political process. It seems to me that if there is power here, it's in that. And I give her credit for taking the sort of hands-off approach instead of trying to tell people what to do.
You know, my 5.5-year-old twin, Sadie, she's going to listen to Bad Blood this morning while eating breakfast and have a little dance party before they go to school. Like, we listen to Taylor Swift every morning.
A dance party?
I also think that people aren't picking up on something else she did. Hillary Clinton in 2016 was I'm with her. And she made the race more so about her, right? And not about the public at large. I mean, that's the biggest criticism of the Hillary Clinton race, as much as I love Madam Secretary. What Taylor Swift actually talked about was she didn't lean into the fact that Kamala Harris is going to be the first female president of the United States. She didn't lean into the fact that she's going to be the first black female president, et cetera, et cetera. She talked about the issues that mattered to her substantively, about things like reproductive rights and those freedoms. And so I think that gave, we're in such a permission structure as a community, as voters. I think it gave other women permission to say, look, you know what? I'm standing on these issues. I'm standing on them loudly and proudly the same way Taylor Swift did.
You know, a long time ago, in a galaxy far away, I wrote a book called The Power and the Glitter, which is a history of the relationship between Hollywood and politics going back to the 20s. And what I concluded was the main value that celebrities can bring to candidates.
Wasn't it?
You know, it was about Louis Mayer and Herbert Hoover going all the way back. But what celebrities do most of all is expand your communications bandwidth. They put you in front of voters who are not going to find you through the normal political channels. And as we were talking about before, as Bakari was mentioning, her challenge in many ways is to reach voters, younger, non-white voters in particular, who are not necessarily easily contacted through conventional political channels. And what Taylor Swift does is reach them through other means. And they will hear about the campaign, hear about her endorsement, hear about the need to register in a way that the debate itself, for example, was not going to reach all of those voters.
Watch the debate.
They probably did not watch the debate.
Although one of the things that she did really quite brilliantly is that she linked to vote.org, which is an organization that she has partnered with for years now.
And we've seen her impact on registration numbers when she has
100%. And one of the things that we know coming out of last night is that vote.org experienced a massive spike at 2 points. One, during the debate, when Kamala Harris was talking, she mentions this point. She says, register to vote, right? There's an immediate spike, and it's amongst that young demographic that she needs to win over. But two, when Taylor Swift comes out and says, hey, this is the choice that I'm making, and I'm couching it in a framework of optimism and joy and hope, that immediately triggers another spike. It also triggers a fundraising spike, which is deeply important for these larger implications.
Some pretty bitch is going to like sway our election because she's pretty?
I was calling and I said, I know it's late. Tell Jay, I said, what's happening, but we need your endorsement. So that's the next endorsement that I'm waiting on, and that might be why she has me blocked.
Yeah.
It could be.
They're waiting for the inauguration. That's when they'll come out.
Taylor Swift, Beyonce, Springsteen rally in Philadelphia in early November is going to be epic. That's going to be epic.
I mean, I was at the one that Hillary Clinton tried to do at the end, and you could actually tell at that rally, which was a huge deal, big crowd or whatever, but somehow the energy was not, it sort of presaged what
she
ended
sent
up happening.
Beyonce to Cleveland and not to Detroit. That tells you everything you need to know about the Hillary Clinton 2016 campaign.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for being here.
Is that concert real? They need to get some old rock bands to support Trump. Well, damn. Maybe even a new rock band that the youth likes. The youth is not into Hulk Hogan and Chris Rock or Kid Rock. Right? But hopefully the youth are smart enough to know that Kamala would have done something if she could have. If she wanted to as vice president for the economy and all the shit that she's acting like she's going to do when she gets in office. Probably smart enough to be like, well, why didn't she do it then? Why isn't she doing it now?
To then overlay onto the real stories happening, people being murdered, people being raped, we've got a bunch of those stories going on, people being robbed, anything, that a violent Venezuelan prison gang, crimes that they would commit. They try and use those stories to basically undermine the reality that, hey, there are Tren de Aragua members in a lot of these communities that have self-described as sanctuary city. Sanctuary city. That's kind of the key, because in non-sanctuary cities, Aurora is a really good example of a non-sanctuary city. And yet their proximity to Denver, because Denver's been, come on in. Oh, good Lord. These illegals are expensive. Man, we had no idea we're going to be spending these millions of dollars. Just ask, let's go Brandon Johnson of Chicago, who is now facing
Aurora's
a nearly $1 billion
even down with it like
budget
that.
deficit, $923 million deficit and counting. A lot of that has to do with he bent over backwards as a blue sanctuary city to welcome the newcomers, who are illegals. They are illegal. Their first act into the United States was committing a felony. So there you go. All right. So coming soon to a community near you? No, they're not. They're already there. That's it for me on this one. This topic will continue. So make sure you're subscribed, hit that notification bell, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks again for joining. Bye for now. Over apartment complexes, depending on who you believe. Dallas police confirm presence of Venezuelan gang, but sources say claims linking a viral video to the gang are illegitimate. Every single time one of these sources pops up, a bunch of people want to say, oh, that's not legitimate. But the gangs are here. Let's get into it. Here we go. Dallas police confirmed gang activity in North Dallas has been linked to the Tren de Aragua gang from Venezuela. The viral video shows an isolated incident. So what we've got is we've got a bunch of these news stories where they are legitimate and they are proving and showing that this Tren de Aragua is, they're from New York City down to Miami. They're as far west as Portland. They're all over. Any of the major sanctuary cities probably by now has a Tren de Aragua presence, because why wouldn't they? All of these sanctuary cities, hey, come on in, illegal immigrants, come on in. Oh, yeah, there's no vetting process for wildly violent prison gang, this conglomerate of prison gangs that came out of Venezuela. Venezuela has emptied out a third of their population, and they've dumped out who knows how many thousands of convicted felons from their prison system, and they're now setting up shop in the United States. Particularly what we're covering right now is Dallas, Texas, the Big D, Video going viral this week. And what I find interesting is the effort to downplay. Oh, yeah, they're here, but it's not that story. Oh, okay. Now I feel good. Now I feel so much better. All right. We know they're here, but it's not that really bad, horrific story. No, it's not that one. That one's old. That one's 6 months old. But they are here, and they are doing what they do, which is trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking. So if you're okay with that, ignore the stories. Not a big deal, right? Yeah. For those of you who are not familiar, if you're new here, welcome. I use sarcasm as a tool to kind of point out the obvious, which is the proliferation of a violent prison gang from Venezuela is in direct correlation to the current administration, the Biden-Harris administration's complete lack of respect for the southern border and encouraging millions of people to come into the United States. And this is a direct result of that action. Video going viral this week showing a man being assaulted is being linked online to the Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, but Dallas police say the video is a year old. Several local outlets have reported on the video, linking it to claims that a Venezuelan gang is taking over a North Dallas neighborhood. However, Dallas police sources told WFAA that the video being circulated online is a year old and shows an isolated incident not linked to gang activity. So you got to be careful with what you're watching. You got to be careful with, oh, is this happening? Oh, if you don't have specifics, if you don't have somebody being interviewed, if you don't have a timestamp, if you can't figure it out, question what you're watching. A really good example of that, and I did a complete video on this, was, are the Hells Angels riding in on Aurora, Colorado to take care of Tren de Aragua because, there's rumors that they've taken over these apartment complexes. And no, that Hells Angels are not coming to Aurora, Colorado. Let's just cap that right there. That it's a rumor. There was also a rumor back in the day, 2020, when I was covering Chop Chaz, whatever you want to call it, that the Hells Angels were going to ride into Seattle and take care of Antifa. Nah, it's a good rumor. And what it does, it shines a spotlight on things that shouldn't be happening. Tren de Aragua should not be, they shouldn't be in the United States taking over apartment complexes, period. Full stop. Shouldn't be doing that. But and then now there's all this pushback. They just shouldn't be in the country in general. You should have a vetting process. But yeah, that's not happening. Here you go. Here's your ticket to come into the United States on parole. We'll see you in a few years when you're hearing. Enjoy your time in the United States illegally. But you know what? Just come on in. It's all right. It's all good. That has been the Biden-Harris administration stance on immigration for 3.5 years. So if you're okay with that, if you're okay with sexual trafficking, human trafficking, women being trafficked, that's kind of what Tren de Aragua, on top of a whole bunch of other criminal activity, that's what they specialize in. So if you're okay with that, then keep voting blue. It's all good. But Dallas police officials did confirm separately that the department is investigating gang activity in the North Dallas area linked to Tren de Aragua. Okay, so fourth paragraph in, yeah, that video is bad. It's a year old. It's not what you think. All right, but. And everything after the but is the truth, right? Activity in the North Dallas area linked to Tren de Aragua. All right. So in Dallas, our department is collaborating with other agencies to address possible crimes linked to this and other gangs in our city. Why wouldn't they be in Dallas? My understanding, there's a big community in North Dallas that got a lot of Venezuelans. So where there's Venezuelans, there is probably Tren de Aragua, right? I mean, that just makes sense. It just absolutely makes sense. Police sources told WFAA that the viral video incident from last year was determined to be isolated incident and the case is already closed. Oh, I feel so much better. Okay. All right. Oh, that case is closed, but Tren de Aragua's in Dallas. Oh, yeah. That's the bottom line, right? That's all these stories. Yeah, that's how they pan out. The video in question, okay, we don't really care about that. Video was recirculated online September 3rd by Libs of TikTok. They've got some great content. I don't care what you say. Violent, illegal alien gangs. I'm not going to play this because it is pretty violent. They are just kicking the S out of a dude. There's some gunshots off camera. They're saying that this video here is a year old, but I found a timestamp elsewhere that said 2020. So it could be years old. But what it does is it puts an emphasis on, hey, Tren de Aragua's in Dallas. They're in Texas. All right, that would make sense. The account has also circulated information about Tren de Aragua gang moving into a group of apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. Let's talk about that for 1 second. I've been watching a bunch of content from Jonathan Cho. As you know, he is a reporter here in the Seattle, Washington market. He was at Como, but he provided too much truth, and he was let go from Como, one of our local news affiliates. And he's been with the Discovery Institute, and he is now on assignment in Denver, covering this. And have they taken over these apartment complexes? They certainly have a presence. Tren de Aragua certainly has a presence there. Whether or not they've taken over, I don't know. There's some real mismanagement of those apartment complex units by CBZ is the property manager. Jonathan Cho has video that walks through one of the units, and they're torn apart. If you've ever been to a lower socioeconomic area, and you've gone through a big apartment complex. I went through a whole bunch in Dallas, and my dad he owned a bunch of units, and they're rough. They're rough. You've got people living on the edge. They're a step above homelessness. And by that, I mean they scrounged the first month's rent and deposit or whatever it might have had to get into these units. And they're rough. They're rough. And this project
I showed
that
them
Jonathan
yesterday.
walked through is the one that's in question.
They're
It's
like-
been in the news. And it's rough. It's just, windows
Ceilings are
broken
busting
out,
out
floors
and shit.
torn up, kitchens ruined, may or may not
Water
have
ain't working.
operating water. You got wiring hanging out. You can check that on his X feed. But have
Nick
they
Shirley
taken
went
over?
there
Well, they
on
certainly
YouTube.
have a presence, right? They certainly have a presence. Doesn't matter if they've taken over or not, but that gets the bigger news story, right? Let's keep going here. Dallas, latest city targeted by Venezuelan gang, social media group claims with spurious video. They want to downplay it. The media wants to downplay this because any emphasis on the fact that Tren de Aragua has gotten throughout the United States doesn't look good because there's a direct correlation to Tren de Aragua and our policies at the southern border. So if you're okay with a wide open southern border and having violent prison gangs infiltrate a community coming to you in the near future, then yeah, don't worry about the southern border. It's all good. It won't impact me. Oh, yeah, they're here, right? Okay, so that's a lot of what you're seeing. Here's another story that I think is really interesting. I wasn't able to confirm it at all. I have no way of knowing if what's in this article is accurate. I have no reason to believe it's not accurate, but it's from Zero Hedge. And Zero Hedge is indicating that according to Libs of TikTok again, a Texas-based oil gas company issued a memo to employees informing them that police and the FBI have warned that armed Cuban and Venezuelan migrant gangs are committing thefts in the Permian Basin. In the Permian Basin. That is West Texas. Think about that rectangular part of Northwest Texas that is abutting Oklahoma. This is to the south and west of that, and it is the southeast section of New Mexico. So it's that area. Massive oil field there, right?
Damn, I just
So we should have
realized
been
though, I should have went and looked at her butt as she was walking away to see how she was looking on her rear, but I don't see anything nasty on the ground there. Like last night, she left poop on the ground. So she's alright. She prayed to lick all that off.
Warned Cuban and Venezuelan migrant gangs are committing thefts in the Permian Basin. Industry peers and law enforcement in West Texas are aware of a recent increase in organized criminal activity, inclusive of violent crimes, gang activity, and oil field thefts in and around WTX operational area. That's West Texas. Specifically, regional law enforcement and the FBI advised that gang members emanating from Cuba and Venezuela are organizing and working in concert to commit thefts within the Permian Basin. I've got my eye on that story. I don't know if it's true, but some of the thefts there, or the crimes there, theft of oil, diesel fuel, copper wire, and catalyst elements. If you're a gang, you're going to do whatever it takes to make money. Let's talk about that for 1 second. I read that Tren de Aragua has income of between $10 and $15 million annually. I don't know how they being some sort of media source, how they calculate that, but that is not a huge amount of money. But the problem is once they get a foothold, those profits just boom, explode. And so that's why I think you're seeing they haven't been in the United States and they've been actively growing. And that's why there's this concern. Oh, yeah, that whole thing with just letting millions of people come across the southern border and there were some bad hombres. Oh, yeah, I can't believe that's true. No way. No way. Who would have thought? Didn't Trump say that? Didn't he come right out and say that? And then he was deemed to be racist? He's racist. Oh, that terrible Trump man. Orange man bad. And so much of the stuff that has come out that's been a right-wing conspiracy theory, we're reading about here on News for Reasonable People, mainstream media. But the mainstream media tries to cover it up. Wild stuff. Wild by meaning that it's just crazy. Are the Hells Angels coming to confront gangs in Aurora? The biker club says it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, that's one of those stories where you got to really read between the lines and figure out, is this true? Think about it. Why would the Hells Angels go to solve a problem that local government should be taking care of? Why would they be doing that? Why would they do that? They wouldn't. But it's a great storyline. And what it does is it brings emphasis. It brings a spotlight on the fact that this is a story. Oh, well, why were they riding to Aurora, Colorado? Let me tell you. Tren de Aragua is taking over apartment complexes. Or not, kind of depending upon who you believe. There's another story I was looking at, and it was a real estate agent in Aurora, Colorado, and there was a bunch of protests being done saying, Tren de Aragua is not here. And they were posing as community members, a bunch of activists, and the city of Denver was actually funding them. To say there's no problem here, because anytime you put an emphasis on something going wildly sideways that has a direct correlation to, let's say, policy at the southern border, as an example, then it just doesn't look good for one of the political parties, does it? Yeah. And I'll give you a hint. We're not talking about the Republicans. So there's that. So the biker club says it's absolutely ridiculous. I covered that. I said that too. Because it's just not true. It's just simply not true. But it's a good story. But that good story, and by story, I mean it's good fiction, right? Who doesn't love a good fiction book? I love fiction. But you got to remember, it's not reality. It's made up. But they try and use those stories to then overlay onto the real stories happening, people being murdered, people being raped. We've got a bunch of those stories going on, people being robbed, anything, that a violent Venezuelan prison gang, crimes that they would commit. They try and use those stories to basically undermine the reality that, hey, there are Tren de Aragua members in a lot of these communities that have self-described as sanctuary city. Sanctuary city. That's kind of the key, because in non-sanctuary cities, Aurora is a really good example of a non-sanctuary city. And yet their proximity to Denver, because Denver's been, come on in. Oh, good Lord, these illegals are expensive. And we had no idea we're going to be spending these millions of dollars. Just ask, let's go Brandon Johnson of Chicago, who is now facing a nearly $1 billion deficit, budget deficit, $923 million deficit and counting. A lot of that has to do with he bent over backwards as a blue sanctuary city to welcome the newcomers, who are illegals. They are illegal. Their first act into the United States was committing a felony. So there you go. All right. So coming soon to a community near you? No, they're not. They're already there. That's it for me on this one.
Let's check this out. Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
30.
These are Kazakhstanians. There's American in there.
In just about 30
Launches
seconds
to
from now at
ISS
T-7 minutes.
from
The
Kazakhstan.
pre-launch operations will officially be complete.
So we have an
and at this
American on
point
board
in
this
the
tank that could
countdown,
possibly
the Soyuz
blow
booster
up.
will be ready for launch.
Stand 1 minute readiness. Everything is proceeding per the schedule. Control is
A French
on
person?
board, and we will be broadcasting the launch.
And telemetry will be received from the rocket.
Yeah, copy you. Everything is in order on board. We're ready for launch.
I think this will be nerve-wracking every time. This isn't just
Side
satellites.
that's been received from the launch sequence. A few seconds, vapors of fuel and today's launch. Flow of fuel.
On board, the crew members are...
We just heard 30 seconds from now, the ground propellant feed will be terminated. And then shortly after that, the Soyuz will be switched to internal power.
Yeah, but Mom ate 2 cans of food this morning.
We are
That's
just
pretty
under
good.
a minute and 45 seconds away from today's launch. Just under a minute and a half to go until the launch of the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft.
Where are they in that thing? That tip of it? Man. It's a Russian. That was a Russian that was next to her. Not a French person.
We are at less than a minute and 10 seconds away
Weird
from today's
Russian
launch.
rocket, probably.
The Soyuz will be switched to internal power shortly. And then about 30 seconds after that, the first umbilical
An American in there,
separate,
though.
and
What
we
the
will have auto sequence start,
what are we
and then the
thinking?
ground umbilical to the third stage will be disconnected, followed by the second umbilical tower separating, with the launch command being issued. We are at 45 seconds away from today's launch and counting.
We have vehicles to internal power.
The first umbilical tower is now separating, and the Soyuz is on internal power. We have 20 seconds until launch.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
On board power. We have oxygen.
Hey, what's up, Joker? Feeling, man.
We now have engine sequence start. The second umbilical tower is now separating. The engines are at maximum thrust, booster ignition at full throttle, and we have liftoff of Pettit, Ovchinin, and Wagner, now on their way to the International Space Station as part of a 2-orbit journey. We are seeing good vehicle parameters so far. Vehicle performance is continuing to look good.
Everything is stable. Photo walk 1. Everything is stable on board. Remember, you're doing well. Copy.
We're now just over a minute into today's launch.
Yaw, pitch, and roll are not.
We are seeing good yaw, pitch, and roll, heading downrange. We are just about a minute and 20 seconds into today's flight. The velocity is over 1,100 miles per hour. Everything continuing to proceed as planned. Just a few seconds, the escape tower will be jettisoned.
After you're operating nominally.
We are about 1 minute and 55 seconds into today's launch. In just a few seconds, and we now see first stage separation. The crew members reported they are feeling well, and we are having good pitch, roll, and yaw of the vehicle. All parameters on the vehicle are normal. We are now about 2 minutes and 37 seconds into today's flight. The launch shroud will be jettisoned shortly. You are now seeing a live view from the Soyuz rocket. The vehicle is stable. The Soyuz is currently traveling at a speed of about 4,700 miles an hour.
Parameters of the rocket structural parameters are nominal. Copy you.
We are about
fine on board. Crew members are feeling well. Copy.
We are about 3 minutes and 20 seconds into today's flight. About 5 minutes left until we reach orbital insertion. And we heard confirmation that the second stage thruster continues to perform well.
Recording, everything is fine on board, and crew members are feeling well. Copy.
The vehicle control system performance continues to be good. We are about 3 minutes and 50 seconds into today's flight. In about a minute, we will see the third stage begin to ignite, while the second stage begins to shut down. We have about 30 seconds left of second stage performance.
Are nominal. Everything is fine on board. Remember, doing well. Copy.
We are 4 minutes and 45 seconds into today's flight. We have about 4 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Hanging out inside my shirt.
Stage 3 thrusters on, 290 seconds.
And we just saw second stage separation, and the third stage has ignited.
That's Burlock 1. Everything's okay on board. We feel great.
Soyuz is now being propelled by the single engine of the Soyuz third stage. This engine is providing 67,000 pounds of thrust and will burn for about 4 minutes.
Everything's fine on board. Reporting Burlock 1. Copy.
We continue to see good structural parameters on the Soyuz vehicle, and the thrust on the third stage is performing well. We are about 5 minutes and 45 seconds into today's flight. We have about 3 minutes of powered flight remaining.
What's the point in these people being in the ISS all the time, really? Does it do anything? What the fuck are they doing up there?
Burlock 1, copy you. All okay on board. The crew feels great.
I feel like we were doing stuff to the moon because we might be able to get the minerals or something from it, but what the heck? I get they're doing like experiments in space.
We continue to see good roll, pitch, and yaw program on the Soyuz spacecraft.
Seems like they're not really doing much anymore with space.
Parameters are still performing well and look good.
The ISS is barely
We are about
above our
6 minutes and
atmosphere.
25 seconds into today's flight.
Stage 3 thrusters are nominal. Burlock 1, copy. All okay on board. Copy.
China's still going to the moon, right? Haven't
We
they
have
went there
about
recently?
2 minutes of powered flight left.
Yo, I wonder if China's taking our flag down and they put theirs in place of it. Because it's been so long since we went. We're gonna go there and Chinese flag's gonna be on it.
And we are 7 minutes and 10 seconds into today's flight. Everything continuing to proceed as planned. Everything looking good for the ride to orbit for NASA astronaut Don Pettit and his Roscosmos crewmates Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner.
440 seconds. Vehicle is stable.
We are now 7 minutes and 30 seconds into today's flight. The vehicle remains stable. The velocity of the vehicle is now almost 13,500 miles an hour.
460 seconds. Launch vehicle parameters are nominal. Copy. Burlock 1. All okay on board. Copy.
We have less than a minute of powered flight remaining, and once the third stage delivers the Soyuz to orbit and the module is separated, a series of pre-programmed commands will be executed to prepare the Soyuz for orbital operations.
Oh, they're all been robotic missions
These
to the moon.
commands called time-tagged commands allow many of the Soyuz's systems to be
But their
automatically
flags there.
activated by onboard computers at precise times to organize communicators.
We only have like bullshit flags on the moon that they're saying like are probably tattered by now and extremely faded. But China, it says, fixed a flag to the moon, the second country to plant a flag on the moon after the United States. We have multiple though. But it says the robotic lander unfurled a 2-meter wide and 90 centimeter tall flag moments before its ascender vehicle took off, using the lander as a launch pad. On December 3rd, 2020, Chinese officials stated that the flag was designed to withstand the extreme conditions on the moon and would remain there for a long time. So their flag is probably the only one. They probably took all our flags off with their thing. That's probably its sole mission was to take down all the American flags. We don't know. How do we know?
Stabilization is nominal.
Wow. Come all down. Because they know
We are
where all
now
of our
8.5
flags are.
minutes
There's a
into
map of
today's
it.
flight and about 15 seconds away from third stage cutoff and separation. Roll, pitch, and yaw parameters continuing to be normal.
Chris probably won't be there anymore either.
590 seconds waiting
It
for
says the conditions
separation.
are harsh on the moon. Here. Conditions on the moon are incredibly
And we
harsh.
now have confirmation of third stage separation. The single liquid
Oh, but there is no atmosphere or
has shut
wind.
down and has dropped away
Any
at an
flag they were
altitude of
planting would
about
be exposed to
126
vacuum.
miles.
So, I mean, the footprints would still be there, I guess. Man, that's wild.
We are now standing by for solar array deployment.
Burlock, 76 Moscow.
Dude, why do we still work with Russia when we're at war with them? It's
And
one of the weirdest things of this. Isn't it? Is the same one?
23.5 minutes. The has a corgi, and he talked with the crew, and they decided to have the stuffed animal accompany.
This is what I was looking at. It shows that these are this is where the Chinese flag is, and these are where the American flags are or were. China could have just went blink, 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 tink. Hours now. Tink, 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 down. These are all the times they've landed one American. Flag shadow. Oh. Simon. He's passing out right now, too. Damn it. Fuck, he comes at the worst times. Like, see, I'm chilling. Simon, come on, man. This live. I saw Trump there with Vance earlier, and the president Harris was there. Replay live. I think they happened like 7 this morning. I can't go any lower than that. Hey, fucking Simon, go away. He just keeps going. Meow. Tell it, Simon and y'all. If he's really comfortable underneath my shirt, hanging out. Dude, alright. Fuck Simon. No, you're really fucking things up right now. Who's chilling? I'm in here. Perfectly fine out there. We came here to cause some troubles. I'm not letting you out in 5 minutes. You ruined our moment. Yeah, attack him, Sweet Pea. Hit him for what he did. Here, you want to sit up here for a little while? Is that it? Is that it? Here, sit up. You go. I can't see. Hey. Well, what are you putting it over here for if you don't want her playing with? You're putting it over there on purpose. You want her to play with it. Okay, well, if that's okay, if you let her play with it. She hits it, you want to his. Want a reason to his. About the Pentagon this morning, gave them a little salute. Oh, cool. I got in trouble for taking pictures of the Pentagon once. He rolled up on us, Secret Service or something rolled up on us. Pointed out the signs that said no pictures. I had a DSLR with zoom lens and everything. Right in your ear, buddy. Ear, I can tell his ears real sore. What is this?
PS5 Pro has just been revealed, and it's not going swimmingly. For a lot of people, it's very underwhelming. I've seen many people are super disappointed, feeling the same way I felt when I found out I wasn't going to be growing taller than 5'6", just inconsolable and outraged. And that's mainly because the PS5 Pro's pricing. It's 700 clams for the new console that doesn't have a disc drive, also doesn't include the stand, and for the upgrades that they showcased, does not feel warranted for 700 doubloons.
Okay.
We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3.
These are improvements, no doubt, and they even give some of the numbers about like how much faster or more powerful the PS5 Pro is compared to the normal PS5. But when you actually see side-by-side comparisons, it feels less like a big 3 and more like a moderate trio. But there is one category that I think there is a substantial difference, and it's this one right here.
Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro. It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second. Let's compare this to the Fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Clearly there is a big difference there under these settings. However, I don't think that makes it worth the $700 price tag. If you try and argue that it does, I would just slap the crack pipe out of your hands.
Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second. What we see here is a difference in detail. PS5 Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5.
Where? Are we looking at the same thing?
I see
They
it.
just copy and pasted the image and thought we wouldn't notice?
I definitely see it, dude. What is he watching this on? It depends on what Like, I don't know, like, maybe it's his monitor's not good enough to see it, but I definitely see this is fuzzy. This has a very, very much fuzziness to it, and this doesn't. All this looks fuzzy. You have to look at like these things. This is fuzzy too. Right, this looks crisper for sure. These look crisper, fuzzy. It's even fatter looking than this one. I noticed really minute changes in detail. I'm like OCD in this shit, which is why like I see enemies when a lot of the times other people don't see them. It helps that I have a really high-end monitor too, though.
This is not a $700 difference here. I'm not.
It's not a $700 difference though. It's not $700 more, because a regular PS5 is still like $400, isn't it?
I'm exaggerating when I say I stared at this image for close to about 10 minutes and I could not pick up on a single difference between the two here. The only thing that I could maybe speculate is that in the distance there, like on the tower, the text looks a little darker. Who gives a fuck? I've seen a lot of cope about this too, like, oh, you can't judge it because it's compressed YouTube footage. Obviously, in the actual PS5 Pro, which of course I have 10 of already, the difference is night and day. I can't even go back to the original PS5. It feels like I'm playing a Nintendo 64 compared to the PS5 Pro. Like, yeah, it's probably sharper and more crisp outside of a YouTube video, but even still, this is a very weak showcase of the PS5's power and justification for the $700 price tag.
For this, my favorite is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer.
I mean, they're clear. They're definitely clear.
Where? Is there an individual pixel buried?
See, it's a little crisper. Like the way I'm looking at it is when I take pictures to my DSLR, I do manual focus with it, and this left image wouldn't be good enough for me if I could get to this image with my for sure I could see it. Like if I knew that I could get this sharp with my lens, I would always try to get this sharp with it with the focus. I mean, if that makes sense, because this definitely isn't as sharp as this. I see that. If you don't see it, use your eyes check.
Back there somewhere that's a bit more saturated than the others on the PS5. Am I trying to look for someone in the stands here? Like on the PS5 Pro, can I zoom into one of those audience members standing up and see?
Watch this, see. Is it not the same? They're completely different. Like this green spot right there. But like you said, I don't think a YouTube video is going to do just this justice. Or is it coming through the way it should?
See like a bulge there with so much detail that their dick print starts to show through. Like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be focusing on here because they are identical. The only tiny change I can see is on the PS5 Pro, you can see a bit more of that fucking floating tomato or whatever that is, like the basketball surrounded by leaves in the top right. But I think the only reason you can see that a little bit better is because the angle is a bit more to the right on the PS5 Pro than it is on the left. Though I guess the leaves pop a little bit.
This even looks a little blurrier than this red thing here.
More. So for $700, you get to see some more leaves in the background. Yeehaw! Imagine trying to convince yourself that it was worth it for something like that.
It's more than that, though. It's more than that. When you're playing a first-person shooter, Seeing a dude's little head popping around at a distance gets easier the crisper it is, and small changes in crispiness can make the difference between that 1 pixel or 2 pixels or whatever on the monitor looking more like a head or more looking like a bush. So for a hardcore gamer, I can see this mattering.
Like your buddy comes over and he's like, "This is kind of waste of money." You're like,
for people that play games, it's just like slice them and dice them or whatever. You're pressing X to hit, and you're going to the next spot. And oh, damn it! Cats. Tear a dog off of a leash. Fucking going after ducks or something. Please, what's the dog gonna leave? Dude, I'm pretty sure the dog went after the cat. Whatever cat that was. I'm gonna hurt it first. She just left though. She just left, and the dog's like doing its thing somewhere. I don't know, man. That was weird, dude. It was like some chick, short shorts, looked like she was jogging, but because she had like headphones on. Tattoos all over her face, though. Maybe in her 20s, and she was yelling at a dog, and it looked like the dog was chasing something. I thought I could see Tux for a second, somehow through the blinds or something. But that's only after there was something that got Simon's attention. I don't know if it actually got Tux. And Tux ran off after getting bit or something, and she was trying to break him up or what. But she grabbed a ball from the side of the road and was like trying to get the dog's attention, but then just decided to fuck it and went down the alley. So hopefully Tux is alright. Dang it. And that wasn't Momma also. But it's definitely a loose dog. Tux isn't trusting of dogs. That was weird.
Like, why I can't help but laugh at the absurdity of that claim. This is $700 well spent, my friend. Please take a seat and I'll show you, you simpleton. You pause the game and like zoom in on the background in like camera mode. Do you see that right there? Tomato. Bet you didn't notice it. In fact, you couldn't notice it on your poverty machine. No, the PS5 Pro, it's got all of the bells and whistles.
And here we can see Marvel's Spider-Man 2 is noticeably higher resolution throughout the scene, including the trees and procedural cars.
Is it? I can't tell. I don't think Superman with X-ray vision could spot any difference here. Honestly, maybe it's me on crazy pills.
It would have helped if they'd used
the
the same on both, but how hard did they use different? I don't know. I don't really trust what I'm looking at his, because even this 2024 Marvel shit looks blurry at the bottom. Am I watching this in? I need to be watching this in 4K or something to be able to tell the difference. Actually,
on the left was the PS5 Pro for a moment, because I actually thought that one looked a lot more crisp initially. But now that they're side by side, they just look the same. Like, I'm looking at the leaves on the tree. I don't see any difference between them. The cars look exactly the same. The trash can on the sidewalk, there is no difference in. Like, where is this noticeable difference that he is referring to? Behold the power of the PS5 Pro. On the left, you can see Charles rendered on a standard PS5 model. Disgusting. Makes you want to close your eyes. But on the right, you can see him rendered using the new and improved PS5 Pro. Extraordinary detail with a picture so sharp it might slit your throat. Charles has never looked better. This is the power of the PS5 Pro.
You look a little better on the right, though.
Play has no limits, and neither does money. Everyone's got infinite money, and it's time to play. So fork over $700 or $800 if you want that stand and that pesky disk drive, and then buckle your seatbelt to enjoy some PS4 games. Only possible with the PlayStation 5. I will never get tired of seeing them showing PS4 games during PS5 presentations. Like, yes, I know Last of Us 2 has been remastered for the PS5, but come on, it's been 4 years. Surely there has to be some PlayStation 5 titles that they can be showcasing at these events. I still think Demon's Souls Remake is the best looking game on the PlayStation 5, yet I never see shit from it. I don't know why Sony has like this hate boner for From Software. Like, I just saw that headline, a week ago, where they're like, we don't have any IP, boo-hoo, give me some fucking French cries, all our IPs, we don't have enough. Meanwhile, they're still sitting on Bloodborne. They haven't even bothered to port Bloodborne to the PC. They still don't even have like a 60 FPS version of Bloodborne. That is still just stranded, left out to die, and it is one of the biggest fucking IPs that they just squat on doing nothing with. And then you see these showcase events, and they're still showing PS4 games at it. Like, wake up. Come back to reality. $700 for this doesn't make any sense. I completely agree with people shitting on this for that price point. It is an upgrade. Like, this is, no matter how you spin it, an upgrade to the existing PS5s, but it's not a $700 one. That is an entirely new console, and this
I see what he means. Like, to buy another one over it would be $700.
PS5. It's just not worth that amount of money. If this came out with a more reasonable price point, I don't think people would be as upset about it. I still think it's super silly to not just include the vertical stand for it. Like, you couldn't have just slid in that tiny piece of plastic. They probably have that lying around in the millions somewhere tucked in their warehouse. They can't just throw that into the box. Like, that's absurd. And you couldn't at least put like the disk drive in it to make a little bit more value behind this. It's just absolute lunacy, really. It is a delusional price point to be charging for what they're offering with the PS5 Pro. I do fully agree that this will probably look better outside of the YouTube videos, like the contrast and all of that they were trying to showcase here, and the sharpness and everything. I do think, yes, it will look better outside of this, but even if it looks exceptional, it's still just not worth the $700. We're not getting any new games with it or anything. We're also not even getting a stand or disk drive with it. You're getting like a graphical upgrade and a bit of a performance boost, and that's really nice. But it's not $700 nice. That is just the brass tacks of it. I just don't see any compelling arguments that justify that amount of money. Unless you just don't have a PS5 already and you have 700 clams lying around, then maybe this would be worth it.
You don't have one already.
But if you
That's
already
what I
have
was
a
thinking.
PS5, I don't see why you would spend this money to upgrade it. I just don't get it. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah.
It might give a little tactical advantage though on first-person shooters. Slightly. It could matter on multiplayer games. Especially if you're getting 60 versus 30 frames. But yeah, that pricey. Bro, what is wrong with this thing? Always fucking up. Or something else you.
We run scenarios on this fire, and it got established in an area we did not.
Which led to an identifying a suspect vehicle, working with
Fire Battalion Chief Matt Kirkhart to start that off. Thank you.
Apparently they found the fire guy.
Good morning. My name is Battalion Chief Matt Kirkhart with CAL FIRE San Bernardino Unit. I am the supervisor over the
They did on purpose?
investigations unit for our unit. On September 5th, Highland City Fire Department was notified of a vegetation fire at approximately 5:45. CAL FIRE law enforcement was in the area, and we arrived quickly to begin the initial investigation. The early investigation included an origin and cause determination of the fire, video and ALPR review, ALPR being automatic license plate readers, and then working with on-scene Highland deputies to gather and follow up on witness information and statements. On September 6th, we entered into a joint investigation with our partners, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, specifically the Highland Station Detective Bureau. When we joined into the joint investigation, we continued our in-depth review and collection of evidence, which led to an identifying a suspect vehicle and a suspect. I'd like to turn it over to my partner, Detective Jake Hernandez.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jacob Hernandez. I'm a detective at the Highland Station with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. That's JACOBHERNANDEZ. On September 6th, I was assigned to work a collaborative investigation with the San Bernardino CAL FIRE law enforcement. On September 10th, we located and detained the suspect. At that time, we conducted a search warrant at the suspect's residence at the 1000 block of Detroit Street in the city of Norco. During the service of that warrant, evidence was located inside the suspect's residence as well as his vehicle that supported his arrest. Later last night, the suspect was booked at West Valley Detention Center for arson. As of this morning, a bail enhancement of a no bail was granted. And as of now, our reports, once they're completed, will be forwarded to the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office for filing.
As you can imagine, investigations like this are ongoing. From what I know about the investigation techniques and the forensics that both CAL FIRE investigators used in our department are nothing short of amazing. It's my belief that as time goes on and we allow them to do the critical work that they're doing, that we will actually find out this suspect may have been responsible for other fires. And I'm sure there are going to be many questions about that, of the who, what, why, when, and where. And right now, I'll just simply ask for your patience as we allow them to do the brilliant work that they do. But I think it's important, as we know the numbers that I gave you earlier about our citizens and our public that have been displaced, that we are making sure we're finding justice for them. And we're going to continue to do the brilliant job that I'm watching day in and day out of our firefighters doing and our law enforcement personnel. So far, we do not have any report of loss of life, just structures. We're going to do our very best to keep it that way. The fire behavior in this fire, from the briefings that we've had from our fire partners, has been some of the strangest and not, let's just say, not typical of fire science is what's being explained to me. And we are constantly flexing and moving. What I've seen in the last 48 hours scrambling to our local communities has been nothing short of amazing. And I'm including our public in that. The cooperation that we're receiving from our public for the evacuations has been just phenomenal. We train for this, and you hope you never, ever have to use this type of technique to do these evacuations, particularly under these rapidly evolving circumstances. But I'm very proud of our department, our collaborators, and I couldn't be more proud of this investigation, because people are going to want to know who and what was responsible for doing that. And between CAL FIRE and the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, we're going to be able to bring that level of justice to them. So like I said, I'm going to go ahead and answer some questions, and I will be frank if I can't answer those questions, but I'm going to do my very best to answer those for you with the professionals behind me. Rob, go ahead. I saw your hand up first.
I know you can't get into details, but is this someone who was just being reckless, or can you say this was someone who was intentionally trying to cause damage to property and or lives?
While we're still in the thrust of the preliminary investigation, we believe this was intentional.
Yeah, Sheriff, you mentioned that this may be someone who's responsible for other fires. What leads you to believe that at this moment?
A lot of it is technology and different things that we knew. You know, there are camera systems that cover a wide variety of areas. People use cell phones and things of that nature. We are working on really collating all of that type of evidence right now, and those types of technologies are what's helping us to really track, in this case, the suspect's involvement.
Do you know how he started this fire? What level it did?
I don't think we want to release that at this point, because that will be one of those pieces of evidence that does allow us to connect it to multiple fires, if that's in fact what we find during the investigation. Yes, sir.
With the evacuations brought on by this fire that he allegedly started, you mentioned that you've already taken some other folks into custody for trying to burglarize some of these homes that had been left behind. What role is the department playing in I guess, surveying those now vacant areas that people have had to flee? How do you stay on top of those areas? People really shouldn't be there.
No, that's a great question. So right now, if we were to take us all out into the field and see what's going on, there are over 150 law enforcement officers from all the collaborators I mentioned earlier. And also, it's been very beneficial to us. The governor pre-staged a National Guard unit, approximately 120 folks. And what we've been able to do to provide that protection and that security, as we go through and we clear those areas that are under evacuation order, they drop in behind us and they become the security along with Sheriff's Department personnel or a local law enforcement collaborator. And let me explain why that's critically important and has worked very well in this fire. As this fire has changed that fire behavior, as I described earlier, and its erraticness, if you will, what we're able to do is we're equipped with those high-low sirens and things that we put out to the public to make sure that under those circumstances where it's going to be a very brief contact at each residence, that technology has allowed us to really flex and move. So as you can imagine, if the National Guard's flowing in behind us, we can ensure that the evacuated areas are secure, and at the same time use our forces that are trained to do this mass evacuation. And we also have technology that through GIS technology locates the home, documents the home, whether or not some person's there, whether or not they're staying, evacuating, or refusing. So as you can imagine, as we're constantly going back into those neighborhoods and reassessing it, we can make sure the public's safe. And also, this is GIS located on a map for our firefighters for structure protection, and it just gives us that very clear situational awareness picture to make sure we're deploying resources in a manner in which we should do that. Brian.
Hi, good morning. What did you identify first, the car or him?
It'd be the vehicle. That's how they started out. It was the vehicle, and that ultimately led to the other leads that ultimately led to the arrest of the suspect.
He has like one minor drug arrest. He actually had a warrant out for his arrest. What else do you know about him? What is his life like? I mean, does he go to a 9-to-5 job, or is he a transient, or what do you know about them?
You know what, Brian, I'm not sure, and I'll actually have the investigators come up and address that question for you. Real quick, Rob, did you have a question about that, or?
I have several fire-related questions for CAL FIRE, whenever.
Absolutely. Brian, let me get our investigators and see if there's anything they can answer that. I feel comfortable in answering that, and then Rob will get CAL FIRE up here for you. Okay, thank you. Jake?
So he works for FedEx. He's a third contract delivery driver. So what he does is just goes from state to state and delivers at those FedEx warehouses that need the assistance.
Like big rig?
And it was an automatic license plate reader that picked up his license plate here or in the area of the fire scar, and that's kind of how you tracked him down?
That's correct.
How did you hit, I mean, there must have been a number of vehicles in the area at the time. How did you connect him to the fire?
There were several vehicles that hit in that area. We just continued to research and do further investigation to rule out other vehicles until we ultimately came up with identifying factors to say that that was indeed our suspect vehicle.
Any motive?
Not that we're aware of, no.
And he was arrested on suspicion of, among other things, having a flammable material. Can you tell us what that is?
I believe the charge was an incendiary device, but no, we're not at liberty to talk about what it was.
Can I ask you some questions about the current state of the line fire and what it's doing? We saw the other two fires in Southern California really just blow up yesterday, the bridge fire and the airport
This
fire.
mustache is popular out there.
It doesn't feel like we saw that big of an
Handlebar.
explosion relative to those two fires yesterday. And how close is it to Big Bear right now?
Yeah, hi, I'm Judd Gaines, Operations Section Chief with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. So yesterday, we did have some weather come in with the winds, low humidities. We issued, our local incident meteorologist issued a local red flag warning over the fire area. Fortunately, we did not get impacted as much as the airport and the bridge fire did yesterday, but we did have a significant growth in acreage yesterday. As you guys know, the fire's well established in the Santa Ana River drainage. It made its way into Bear Creek, got established down into Bear Creek, which is what threatened Big Bear, and which caused us to put a portion of Big Bear into an evacuation order yesterday. Right now, with the latest infrared flight that we've got and the tracking of where that was, we utilized drones and UAS last night into the early morning this year just to figure out exactly where the fire was down into that drainage. And we're still a couple miles out from Big Bear, but as you know, it doesn't take much for where it's aligned and where the fire is established in that Bear Creek drainage to come out onto that La Mesa Bluff up there near Boulder, the community of Boulder on the west side of Big Bear, south of the lake.
Are we still at zero structure loss? I know there's at least one that's damaged, but...
Yeah, so the fire impacted Running Springs yesterday afternoon and into the evening. We think there could be one structure destroyed up there, but we do have our damage inspection teams that are up there today verifying that. So I cannot give you an exact count as it came in, and I know our firefighters on the line were engaged in an active firefight yesterday afternoon and through the evening in the community of Running Springs. We do know we lost Keller Peak Lookout. The U.S. Forest Service lookout was destroyed yesterday. I can confirm that.
Is that the oldest lookout tower in the county? That's what someone was telling me.
I believe I don't have that exact history on that tower for you. I do know there's quite a bit of history in that lookout tower.
The sheriff was talking about the, very, I forget the word he used, but the fire behavior is very, unique. You haven't seen it. I mean, this isn't a Santa Ana wind-driven type event. This is still a summer fire. How would you characterize the fire behavior, and what would you attribute that to? And then the other thing is, it seems like this is an area that hasn't burned in a long, long time. Not old fire or lake or
Yeah, correct. There's several factors. Obviously, the fuel loading. We've had a significant heat spell this summer. Some of the hottest temperatures we've had in a long time, coupled with a couple of wet winters that we've had, which has caused the grass to grow very thick. But also with that big snow that we had down here a couple of years ago, that caused a lot of limbs to break. So we have a lot of dead and down fuel in there. And like you said, it is burning in areas with very little to no fire history that we're aware of. So, and then that Santa Ana River drainage is a very dangerous place. So once it got established in there, we knew we had our hands full. Where this fire was started was one of those areas that we've trained on. We talk about it, the local fire departments, CAL FIRE, the Forest Service. We run scenarios on this fire, and it got established in an area we did not want it to go, so it's very difficult. As you know, that terrain's very steep, very rocky. It's hard for us to commit firefighters down into those drainages with the fire behavior we had. So it is fuel and terrain driven, most of this, and then you throw in some low humidities and the winds that we had yesterday, and it pushes out. So firefighter safety is our #1 priority, so we have to always make sure we're putting our firefighters in the safest place before we can really try to pinch this off. So as we're doing that, we're also putting in some alternate and contingency lines at the same time that we're trying to go direct in the places we can. So we're looking at every opportunity we can. We're opening up old bulldozer lines from the El Dorado fire from a couple of years ago. The Radford fire that they had near Big Bear Lake, we're getting all that opened up, and we're using the fuel break that the San Bernardino National Forest has put in and around Big Bear Lake. So we are using that. That's been, they've been working on that for the last 10 years, and it's great. And I think we're going to get a good foothold up there. We'll just see how Mother Nature treats us today and kind of what it does. I think after today, the weather's going to change significantly. The temperatures are going to drop. The humidity is going to go up, which is going to allow us to start getting a good foothold in there. It's just going to depend what this fire does today.
What is unusual about the fire behavior that the chief or the sheriff described?
It's basically the fuel loading. So we have a lot of fuel this year, a lot of grass, a lot of brush. We've had a lot of dead and down from all the snow that's in there, so it's all contributing to it. And then in areas with no fire history, it's just heavy fuel loading, and then the steep terrain drives that as well.
As far as Southwest Big Bear goes, what would you say about how the evacuation's going? Are people heeding the orders? About how many people would you say are in that zone, and what would your message be to the rest of the Big Bear?
Well, the sheriff, I'll let him speak a little bit on that, but as for CAL FIRE, we make the recommendations on our evacuation orders. The sheriffs are the kind of the ones that push that and track it. But on the CAL FIRE side, we recommend that you go. When we put it in an order, there's a reason. We don't do it just to do it. So you guys need to go, and then if you stay, that's the problem, is you're trying to get out when it does get bad. It creates havoc for our firefighters there, and it takes them away from extinguishing the fire to having to now to do rescues to get people out of areas that they should have been out already. So we try to give people as much advance notice as we can to get out. So for those of you that are in evacuation warnings right now, have a plan, have your stuff packed, be ready to go at a moment's notice, and when it is time to go, we suggest you go. But as far as how many have actually evacuated and then how many have stayed, the sheriff can talk to some of that kind of ballpark.
No, Rob, to answer your question in terms of total population, we're still arriving on what that number is right now, but I want to give you an idea. I spoke to what technologies we're using as we evacuate, so just to give you some of those numbers. Actual evacuated persons as we've gone through and checked these things, and I'm going to address both the line fire across the board, and some of this is also going to be from the bridge fire as well. But actual evacuated areas, homes, about 5,494 homes are evacuated. Where we had no contact at those homes, so they may be evacuated also, but they didn't come to the door. That adds another 4,631 that we're tracking. And out of those homes during the evacuation, and I'm talking orders, the folks that have remained to stay that we're tracking are about 714. So when you think about the populations up there, we're talking in the 15, 20,000 area, particularly, in the Big Bear area. Now, right now, remember, we're just evacuating what's really the south shore of Big Bear Lake. So we are getting great cooperation. The roads, we're sending them down the back way, but the public is working with us, and they're doing extremely well about getting those things in terms of cooperation and also traffic flow. Last night, we had to make some modifications, and I'm going to switch gears on you going to the bridge fire, but to get all the residents that we needed to get out of the Wrightwood area, because that fire was moving so quickly, we actually had to shut down Highway 38, open up all lanes of traffic exiting Wrightwood to be able to get those folks out. But we've had great success with doing that. But like overall, when we're talking population, this has affected that number that's approaching and bridging, frankly, 100,000 is what we're looking at in terms of the displaced population.
But those numbers you just gave, the 5,400, that's just big area, that's so, right?
No. That is in total what we're doing across the board. To give you an idea about who we can confirm is evacuated, what we can't confirm is evacuated, and this is really more dealing with structures, not persons. Any other questions? Brian?
A couple fire questions.
Sure.
Chief, are there concerns that the bridge and line fires could merge, and if they did, is that bad?
Absolutely, that's bad. And right now, we do not have concerns of them merging. No concern at this time.
If they merged, why would that be bad?
Well, obviously, that's a large, geographically, that is a very large footprint, right? So that would come all the way down into Devore and out of Wrightwood and all that. There's a lot of population in there that would be very bad, and just trying to evacuate those areas and where we would put them would be huge and devastating to the people, the economy, and everything here in Southern California.
And the morning update on InstaWeb said that some of the communication towers you guys have been using burned.
That's correct, up on Keller Peak yesterday.
How is that affecting what you guys do, and what's your workaround?
We always have a backup plan. That did affect our radio communications yesterday during the firefight in Running Springs. We do have backup repeater sites and communication sites up there that we were able to switch over to that still provided coverage for our folks. We just had to make positive confirmation and accountability of all resources that are out there that knew that site was down and that certain tone was out of service.
Did it diminish what you guys have been doing?
No, it did not affect the overall firefight with having to switch over to those frequencies.
Can we get your spellings of your names, Chief and Chief?
Yeah, Operations Section Chief Jed, J-E-D, and last name's Gaines, G-A-I-N-E-S.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
For years and years, I've heard about this thing that fires create their own weather, and I don't know is that really a thing, and if so, can you talk about that?
Yeah, so yesterday, right, we had a southwest wind kind of coming up in line with the Santa Ana River drainage. So what that does is it pushes the fire in there, but then as that fire gets bigger and grows, the fire out ahead of it, as it's consuming fuel and burning vegetation, it starts drawing weather in from the wind in from the other side. So we may have a southwest flow that's pushing the fire, but then it'll start drawing in wind, which reduces the humidity, and it just fuels that fire. That's what fire needs is wind and oxygen, and so the more oxygen it can grab, the bigger it'll get. And then as the fire's going uphill, it'll, from the radiant heat, the convective heat, and all of that will influence it pre-dries out the fuels before they burn, so they're even more flammable than they were before the fire gets there.
And is that kind of like that thing we learned in physics that you know the pressure goes toward the heat, like that's why the shower curtain goes in?
Yep, exactly. And so fire is the opposite of water. Water runs downhill fast that you can't outrun, and fire burns uphill, you know, faster than we can outpace it. So
how do you know this was intentionally set?
Unfortunately, Brian, that's some of the evidence I can't share with you, but based on the evidence is how we know it was intentionally set, or how we feel at this point it was intentionally set. Folks, as you can imagine, for our entire communities in San Bernardino County, of course, the folks in LA County that are affected by the bridge fire, and now all the other fires that we're seeing that have broken out across Southern California, it really, in all of our communities, it adds to that level of instability. We have the main command point that is out there in fire and the base and all the things that are going on, but please know we have a number of smaller command posts across this county. I'm visiting them. I will be in Big Bear tonight. We are making sure fire is doing an amazing job at the attack of this, and like I said, the fire behavior is strange. For the flexing that's going on by both all the firefighters that are committed to this and law enforcement, I couldn't be more proud. And if there's anything I can assure.
Apparently, Kamala Harris was wearing an earpiece with her earrings. Her earrings were earpieces, they're saying. Hopefully Calico's not in the house anymore.
Legendary soul singer, songwriter, and producer Frankie Beverly has passed away. Beverly was known for his time with the funk band Maze. No other details about his passing have been released. Frankie Beverly was 77 years old. Let's bring in ABC News contributor Kelly Carter now for a little bit more. Kelly, Frankie Beverly was a musical icon here. So what legacy does he leave behind?
Man, he leaves a big one. I think probably primarily it's one of joy and happiness. You know, just his live concerts were really like a soulful musical revival. And just about everyone talking about his passing today is remembering the good times that they had when they saw him perform. And I have to say, if you never were able to see Frankie Beverly and Maze perform, usually in the summertime at an outdoor concert, you definitely missed out on an experience. I mean, just so much fun, happy music, and really just this reminder of why it's important to celebrate life and have a good time.
Now, Beverly's family released a statement saying, in part, he lived for his music, family, and friends. And Kelly, his music's been a staple in many homes for generations. So how are people reacting to his death now?
I mean, look, it's been a staple in many homes, but in particular in the Black community, it is a source of celebration. There is probably not a wedding or a graduation or a family reunion experience that you go to in the Black community that does not play Before I Let Go. Like, it's almost against the rules, I think. And so today what you're finding is people like Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child and Michael Eric Dyson really tweeting out and talking about that kind of shared experience, that shared cultural experience and contribution that his music gave to, you know, our biggest celebratory moments in life.
And Kelly, what are you going to remember most about Frankie Beverly?
I remember the good times. You know, I saw him perform at Comerica Park in Detroit some years ago. It was right when that baseball park opened, and it really was like a family reunion. You know, he made sure that Detroit was one of the places that he came to and performed every summer because Detroit, like a lot of other large urban cities, absolutely loved him. And he will be missed because his live performances were just a thing to be seen. But the beauty is that his music is going to absolutely live on for many generations to come.
All right, Kelly Carter, thank you.
I know when on Discord. What do you mean? All the sound. Yeah, they're not all there. Come on, was
Website prepare.sb.
Fires. Oh.
And deserve. The American people demand and deserve that we do everything possible to secure the elections. That's what we've been saying consistently. That's what I have heard from the people across the country in 198 cities across 39 states. It's consistent from coast to coast, north to south. We're going to continue to work on this. The whip is going to do the hard work and build consensus. We're going to work through the weekend on that. And I want any member of Congress in either party to explain to the American people why we should not ensure that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections. We're going to work on that issue around the clock because we have an obligation to the people to do it. And that's what the fight is. That's what's important. It's the most pressing issue right now. And we're going to get this job done.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, no vote today, right?
No vote today because we're in the consensus building business here in Congress with small majorities. That's what you do. That's what I've been doing since I became Speaker. We're having thoughtful conversations, family conversations within the Republican conference, and I believe we'll get there. So people have concerns about all sorts of things. That's how the process works, and sometimes it takes a little more time.
So you're going
to continue pursuing this strategy, but not today for a vote?
We have two obligations right now. Congress has a lot of responsibilities, but two primary obligations. Responsibly fund the government and make sure that our elections are free and fair and secure.
And we have new pictures from the search at a home of a 12-year-old accused of threatening to shoot another student. Bexar County deputies arrested the boy. During their search, they uncovered several disturbing items, including a modified gun. They also found 2 fake guns and 2 different sets of combat-style gear. This all started Saturday when the sheriff's office says the Luna Middle School student threatened a classmate. The victim told investigators it happened during a conversation on FaceTime. Deputies also allege the child suspect showed photos of the weapons during the call and threatened to shoot the victim. To shoot up his school. This all comes just days after a separate case involving another 12-year-old boy arrested for school threats. Now, as for this new suspect, he was booked into the juvenile detention center. He faces a charge of terroristic threat causing public fear.
What the hell? Our 12-year-old getting guns, dude. They had 2 12-year-olds in their area. San Antonio. Now he's hungry. Weird. Wonder why he wouldn't eat earlier. I could take him out some more. Hold on. I'll take him out some, see if he'll eat it. Oh. It's like he's showing up to a restaurant almost, you know? I wonder if he's at any other houses, it'll be like, they'll come out, like when him just like showing up like that. Probably amazed by it. Doesn't understand the camera. I thought he was getting some food somewhere else. Apparently not. I think he's having trouble eating it out of the plate. He's as sick as one now. He still doesn't look good though. Give it a few days, maybe get better. Yeah, the bowl was only a half a can though. The one on the left that Tux finished up. Maybe he's just nervous to eat them. Where'd he go? Half of that. He only like half of that. Bro. Go to the house. Come here. Not under. Secret is always having something to throw. When I come to the door, I gotta pay the troll toll. It wants a new toy every time.
You guys see the stuff that was going on last night with the whole David Murr saying the host of the debate, one of the three people that were grilling Donald Trump, it being a 3 versus 1 type scenario, which was complete bullshit. The guy says, oh, we contacted the city mayor and blah, 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 and we asked them questions about what is going on with the animals getting eaten and stuff like that, and that's not true. It's not going on. Yet there are videos of police officers pulling up to apartment buildings where a woman is standing that had killed a cat and was laying on the ground eating the cat.
Yeah, but that's a different city.
There are literally videos of people that they're going up to ponds and stuff like that. They're catching the ducks and different types of birds and trying to process them. This is not anything new. Even the Venezuelans were doing this last year. There was a mechanic on here that he started showing all the people and stuff in the back of his trailer, his uncle's trailer, or his father's trailer, or some semi-trailer, and they were living in it. And on his mechanic property, there was chickens all over the damn place. And people were saying, yeah, they'll just grab them and they'll just chop their heads off. There's just bleed them out right there. Just in some nasty ass open field where you can breed disease and infestation. They were taking the chickens and throwing them in bags and tying the bags up so they would suffocate instead of chopping their heads off. There was multiple things that they were doing. These people from these other countries,
the media industry does that to chicks.
About how we live. They don't care. They live their own way, and damn if you get in their way. The stuff that goes on in Haiti with these Haitians and stuff like that is absolutely sick. You should see how they do their witchcraft shit and their animal offerings and stuff. It is absolutely disgusting. David Murr should be ashamed of himself for calling Donald Trump a liar when it comes to that, basically, and saying, oh, the city mayor said. Well, of course the city mayor is going to say that.
You gotta look at this shit too, though. It's not through the. They need to get more evidence before they start making those claims, honestly. They need to start videoing them eating chickens, eating the birds.
Good morning.
Good one.
Good morning, this is Royce Miller coming back at you with yet another Let's Try. And today
cameras went out.
We're going back to Casey's. Yes, I did just record the Film Foodie right before this. That's why I only ate, well, I guess technically 3 pieces of pizza on camera, but I meant to only eat 2. Well, we'll try to keep it light with this one as well.
You got 2 pizzas?
Yeah. And what do we have? It is Casey's brand new pulled pork pizza. Look at that gargantuan monument to man's sin. This is the pizza.
Let me see something. I see the other one is right before it. The pizza right there.
Good morning, this one as well. Monument to man's sin. This is to pizza what Gravemind is to Master Chief. Trying to make a reference for my brother, and he's not paying attention to me. Oh, they
Poor guy.
Good lord, they cut this one as terrible. Oh, hold on.
Poor fucking guy.
These look good. I really shouldn't. Attempted murder. It's a bunch of crows pondering if they should eat some donuts. And so it's a attempted murder. And now I've explained the joke, thus rendering it totally unfunny because, like, man, they cut the other pizzas okay-ish. They cut this one terribly, though. Anyway, so this is bacon, pork, or pulled pork, barbecue, and onions. I thought there were pickles on this one as well, but I guess not.
This looks super flimsy.
I mean, it's mostly just salty. The pulled pork is good. The red onion, not even present because it's been cooked down so much. The barbecue sauce is barely present either.
After his money back on that one, the whole thing sounds like it sucks.
Joe, try a slice of this. I need a second opinion. Here, I'll hold it. You try to wrestle one out.
Can't tell if he was breathing heavy to walk over there or not.
Your thoughts, Hobson?
A little sugary.
It is sweet. I mean, like...
Oh, this is his brother?
When was the last time you had
Dude.
it? Thoughts, Hobson?
A little sugary.
Your thoughts, Hobson?
A little sugary.
It is sweet.
You couldn't see his little brother either. If you were trying to see his little brother, he was never in it. It was just him. I know you were missing seeing him chew. Bad.
I mean, most barbecue sauces... What?
About 2 weeks.
Oh. But like most barbecue sauces are sweet because most barbecue sauces are Kansas City based. Well, based on the Kansas City style.
No, Kansas City style is based on Kansas City style. Memphis sweet is also sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like his mom, not his brother.
But like, what kind of barbecue sauce would you put on pulled pork? Certainly not that South Carolina style. It's just gross.
No. Put a tablespoon of that in a barbecue chicken salad.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I can see that.
Is that a tranny? Is it really his sister? Dude. I bet it is.
Actually got a bit of onion
I
crunch
bet it is
in
a
that one.
tranny brother sister. That sounds like a tranny.
My brother does raise a good point, though. There really aren't savory barbecue sauces. They're either sweet, like Kansas City or Memphis, or they're sour, like Carolina barbecue, which is like mustard and vinegar, right?
Or they're kicky in the teeth, like Texas.
That doesn't sound like a brother.
The spicy still has a different flavor profile to it than just spicy.
At all. Like a mom?
But yeah, anything that if you ever think it's too sweet, just add a splash of bourbon and cook it down some.
And what, speaking of, what would you pair this with?
A shandy.
Which is interesting because you are drinking a hard cider, which is close to a shandy.
Oh no, shandy is a beer, or well, ale with a juice added, like lemonade or like lemon kernel.
But cider is fermented juice, so it's kind of like a cross between the two ingredients of shandy as well. Oh Lord, I tried making a shandy. On camera, I think even. I mixed the ginger ale, or the diet ginger ale lemonade mixture that Canada Dry sold with beer. Did not taste good.
What kind of beer?
Oh, the shandy.
Not even Bud Light.
Well, you don't want to do light, really. It's fine if you're, counting calories, but...
Dude, that's definitely a tranny, man. Who would tranny? Like, dude, I don't know. Who else thinks that his brother's a tranny?
It's like the difference between skim milk and 2%.
Honestly, skim milk and whole milk, probably. Oh, I saw this great joke online the other day where it was, where someone was like, I don't want to cook, but I'm hungry. And then the heavens opened up and Chillchuck from Dungeon Meshi said, drink 6 to 8 beers. Which does make sense. Beer is basically liquid bread.
Especially that one monk recipe that they used to do for fasting.
Yeah. Did you hear about the guy who did that in the modern day?
Yeah, it was, what, a decade ago?
No, not a decade ago. A couple of years. So I think it was either 2019 or 2020, like right before the pandemic really fell into full swing because Lent. I think things shit didn't really hit the fan until after Easter.
The first time we heard that story was driving to high school.
Oh, okay. I think then multiple people have done it over the years.
Yeah.
Anyway, honestly, the best parts of this are the pork itself. To pull away from talking to my brother and back to you guys. It's really dry and crunchy, though. I think they should have put the pork in the barbecue before they put it on the pizza.
They probably did, but what I would have done was pulled it finer and then given it the Canadian bacon treatment under the cheese.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Put it under the cheese would have been with the barbecue sauce too, because the barbecue sauce is under the cheese.
Yeah.
The pork, honestly, like the bacon, I feel like is too much.
Was there bacon? I didn't notice.
Yeah, there's bacon bits here.
I noticed
the limp wrist onion.
I think Blonde Al sliced that.
For those that couldn't hear, my brother just said that a blind woman cut that. Well, he said Blind Al from Deadpool, but...
So, a blind octogenarian recovering addict.
Yeah. Excuse me. Oh. Those onions taste terrible. Were they rehydrated?
No, they're vegetables.
Maybe.
That's why I can trouble you.
This is very apropos, I guess, since it's a gas station, but they taste like gasoline. Which I've never had onions taste like gasoline before. I've never had anything from Casey's taste like gasoline. Even though they are a gas station, they're usually very high quality.
It's a gas station pizza?
Like, even their pork critters, really good.
Yes.
Although onions and gasoline reminds me of the taste of durian. Joe, did you ever try any of Robert's durian candies?
One.
What do you think?
No, thank you.
For those at home who don't know, durian tastes like a mixture of gasoline, bananas, and onions. It is one of the most insane flavors you will ever taste, and the actual fruit is banned from being flown around. The actual fruit is banned from carry-on.
On certain airlines.
The scent is...
In Asia.
That wretched. Like, people say that it smells like a corpse. Which just reminds me of this great bit from Bob and Tom when Tom was in the hospital for heart surgery, and one of them microwaved fish in the office. And another one of them said, well, hey, if you missed your chance to smell the corpse flower, here's your chance. Anyway, I'm putting the rest of this in the fridge. It's gonna be my dinner later tonight because I've already had way too much pizza already. Y'all have a good one. This is Trace Miller. I'm happy.
He actually has an any though. Or does he? What if he does have a huge Audi?
The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has arrested a man accused of starting the line fire. The fast-moving fire has consumed more than 35,000 acres. Evacuations remain in effect. KTLA 5's Lauren Lister live now in San Bernardino, where a news conference was held just a short time ago. Lauren?
Yeah, Glenn, a major update in the line fire burning in San Bernardino County. Authorities believe it was intentionally started, and they announced an arrest of this man you see here. They identify him as Justin Wayne Halstenberg, 34 years old, of Norco, booked on arson, being held on $80,000. Lieutenant Carrie Klaus with the Sheriff's Department and Chief Jed Gaines with CAL FIRE joining me now to talk a little bit more about where things stand. So first of all, Lieutenant, what led authorities to believe this was arson and lead to this arrest?
Well, first of all, our detectives from the Highland Station did a joint investigation with CAL FIRE Investigations. At the origin of the fire, they were able to look at several different videos and determine who the suspect was. Yesterday, they served a search warrant at the suspect's residence, where they were able to detain the suspect. They also located evidence inside the suspect's residence and his vehicle that we have pictured behind you that corroborated the arrest of the suspect. So last night, he was booked at West Valley Detention Center for arson. And I will tell you, just to give you an update, they were able to obtain a bail enhancement, and he is now in on no bail.
No bail, so that is even an update since
yeah, because he could start another one. Why the fuck would they let him out?
With us. Now, Chief Gaines, let's talk a little bit more about this fire. So it's burned more than 34,000 acres, broke out last Thursday. There are evacuations in place in parts of Highland.
Why the fuck did he have a bail to begin with? Bail reform bullshit, probably.
So there has been
he could have gotten out.
Made.
If you could have made it fast enough, probably.
Yeah, still the threat is up in Running Springs and Big Bear, and then the Highway 38 corridor out of Yucaipa. We're working on, we're trying to get it buttoned up around Running Springs. The fire made a big push yesterday afternoon and evening into the community of Running Springs, so firefighters are engaged in a firefight there late into the night last night with the winds and low humidity that we had. And also the fire is well established in the Santa Ana River drainage, which is pushed into Bear Creek, and that's what's threatening the community of Big Bear. Yesterday afternoon we put the southwest side of Big Bear into an evacuation order, and we've got crews up in there that are prepping and building lines with bulldozers and everything else we're doing to try to save the community of Big Bear.
So that's a big focus, is keeping that fire away from Big Bear. What are the biggest challenges for firefighters today?
Some of the biggest challenges we have is just this terrain out here. It's very steep, very rocky, very tough terrain. We have to be very careful where we put firefighters and make sure that their safety is our #1 priority.
Thank you so much for talking with us. 14% contained. Those evacuations still in place. They did confirm one structure has been destroyed. They are still investigating, though, if there is further damage. I do want to show the truck that the lieutenant mentioned that they associate with the suspect, and they do still want more information because they have some suspicion that there could possibly be links to other fires. So anybody that knows anything, they want to call 1-800-78-CRIME. For now, that is the very latest. We'll continue following this. We're going to go head out to the line fire now. For now, live in San Bernardino, I'm Lauren Lister. I'll send it back to you.
Every time I come to the gate, you gotta be here waiting on me. Come here. Of course you. You're like, of course I'm. Ooh. Yes, those were my beer bottles. Did you hear them? That was my recycling container being dumped. I had a lot of beer bottles in it this time. It was a beer week. We had a beer week. No whiskey. My kitchen. Ah. Got the softest hair. You got the softest fur. Deputies arrest teen accused of murdering his mother.
By her 17-year-old son. Of a 39-year-old mother by her 17-year-old son. And it's not just a singular murder, but as we got into the investigation, we found that about a year and a half, maybe a year and 8 months, 9 months earlier, he murdered his father in Oklahoma. So let me tell you about this. It all started on September the 8th, which was this last Sunday, when we got a 911 call from Colin Griffith, who's 17 years of age. And here's what he said. He said he and his mother had a very long fight, and she fell on a knife and killed herself. And she's bleeding from the neck. He didn't say she killed herself, said he's bleeding from the neck. So our 911 operators appropriately were giving them instructions on how to do life-saving techniques. When the deputies arrived, he met the deputies outside, and he was calm, cool, collected, not upset, and he had blood on him. What we found inside was this knife. This knife is 12 inches long, and of the 12 inches, 8 inches of that is the blade. So he's saying that his mother fell on this knife. We started our investigation at that point. The next morning at the medical examiner's office and the autopsy, the medical examiner said it is not reasonable or plausible that she died the way that he said she did. Just didn't happen.
Okay, we killed her. You're done, son. What's this?
We went to Wendy's,
McDonald's,
and Burger King.
Hi, can I please have a cheeseburger and a small fry?
And for the final stop,
I'm gonna walk into Five Guys now. They don't have a drive-thru. I'd like the little fry along with the little cheeseburger. This smells so good, it's gonna be tough not to eat it on the way back.
bags secured. Now back to the newsroom to put them to the test.
So Taylor, now we have our 4 burgers and 4 fries, and we're ready to weigh them and see who gives us the most. Here we have a McDonald's basic cheeseburger, weighing in at 4.3 ounces.
All right, let's go for Burger King here. 4.1 ounces.
Why don't you go for Wendy's next? That's another small one.
Weighing in at 4.2 ounces.
I'm amazed at how close they are.
They are really close. All right, now Five Guys.
Small cheeseburger. 6.6 ounces.
Yeah, but it's on aluminum foil.
Yeah.
So I'm curious as to how the fries stack up. Start out with McDonald's. 1.9 ounces.
On to Wendy's now. Let's see what this is. 3.8
What the fuck kind of
ounces.
stupid shit is it? Why are they weighing the
Yeah, small fry burger.
Why are they fucking weighing the container with it? They never take science class? They should be dumping these fries out onto a container that they all have, that they all share. There's no control in this because of that. The aluminum weighs different than the paper. The papers are different. Like,
King up next, 4.3 ounces.
Impressive. And now we have Five Guys.
Like, this is gonna weigh different for
but
sure.
Wait a minute. That's not all the fries they gave us.
It's on overflow.
They gave us so many more fries. We can't even get them on the
It's so
scale.
shittily
That's how many
done,
fries.
dude.
small,
You don't even
right?
have a big enough
It's a
scale
small
for it.
Wow.
From Five Guys, we're up to 7.7.
They just keep coming.
And they just keep coming.
What state is this? Looks like Washington State for some reason.
All right, Taylor, so let's look at the price,
WCPO
'cause that's
9.
important
Yes.
as well.
Sorry. Cincinnati. No, even worse.
Wendy's next, that's another small one.
Weighing in at 4.2.
1.9.
3 ounces.
Impressive fries.
That's a small, right?
You're really getting crazy, you know that?
They just keep coming.
And they just keep coming. 8 ounces. All right, so let's look at the price, because that's important as well.
For a cheeseburger and small fry, here's how prices stacked up. Wendy's, $4.64.
McDonald's, $5.18.
Burger King, $5.49.
And last but certainly not the least, Five Guys.
A little cheeseburger, $7.79. A little fry, $3.79. Total of $11.58. Looking at the receipts here, and while Five Guys gave us a lot more food, look at the price, Taylor.
Yeah, Five Guys was more than double some of the other restaurants.
So what's the verdict? The other three were pretty comparable in price and in weight. If you take Five Guys out of the mix, out of the other three,
McDonald's had the biggest burger. Burger King with the most fries.
Taylor, I have one more question. Are we allowed to eat the evidence?
Ooh, I think we do have to do a taste test to see if it's good, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've been waiting for this moment all day.
And they pass.
I'm sure those are fresh still. Weird. Who the fuck believes those fries still taste good? Nobody. What are you talking about? You probably had them and sitting around for like 2 hours. Is Cincinnati. Get with the program.
One source for local news. This is WRAL.
Man arrested at North Carolina State assault vigilante
Now at 5:30,
justice
new
brought
details
gun
in the
to
case of a
campus.
Campbell University law student who was arrested for waving a gun on NC State's
Dude,
campus
there are like
early this
5
morning.
of these a day
Thanks for
now.
joining us. I'm Lena Tillett.
What is
And
going
I'm Dan
on?
Haggerty.
This is Zachary Olson. He appeared in court this afternoon. WRL's Chelsea Donovan was there. Chelsea, do we know at this point why he says he did this?
Yeah, so all we know from prosecutors today is that after Olson was arrested by NC State campus police, he told them that he intended to kill someone, but not today. And we understand from prosecutors when police searched his car.
Why are kids today so fucking stupid? Like, do they really think that they can tell people this shit and it's just gonna go, like, no one's gonna say anything? Or do they want to be in the news for a threat?
Ammunition and empty boxes of ammunition inside. A current Campbell Law student and Wake County District Attorney intern sits behind bars on the other side of the law he intended to uphold.
He said that he left and he was going to teach them a lesson and he waved a gun.
What prosecutors
What kind of person wears a bow tie for real though? Boys look kind of goofy. Unless you're wearing a tuxedo, they look like Pee Wee Herman-ish. Remember, like at the beginning of Pee Wee Herman, he buys that bow tie. Didn't Pee Wee Herman wear a bow tie?
prosecutors are talking about happened here at this Chipotle near NC State just after midnight.
Bow ties are
Olson
for
is said to have
fucking Pee
approached
Wee
2
Hermaners.
women.
Asked what the rapiest attorney was on campus.
The state said Olson had a Ruger Max 9 pistol on him and was a danger to the public. Prosecutors in court said Olson started walking towards the Greek village with a gun.
Said he knew he was misguided and stupid, but he was wanting to exacting vigilante justice. So they specifically asked if your intention was to do something to kill people, and he at one point said yes, but not now.
Prosecutors not only found a pistol on him when he was arrested here on Dan Allen Drive, but other items in the car.
He had ammunition, a gun with him. We found a box of ammunition, empty box, maybe one was still there at the 24. He just purchased the gun according to the report on Sunday that day.
They're distracting.
Olson remains in the Wake County Detention Center. He was given a $10,000 bond, and if he were to bond out, he's not allowed to have a weapon or step foot on NC State's campus. Live in downtown
What
Raleigh,
if he
Chelsea
walks
Donovan,
in on his
WRAL
hands?
News.
4 Eastern North Carolina schools have increased security today after a student made a threat on social media. The Edgecombe County Sheriff telling us it was a 13-year-old middle school student who made those threats. It was a joint partnership between multiple law enforcement agencies that led to the identification of this student. Law enforcement officials and the school districts are working together to crack down on this.
We've got to do a better job of monitoring our young people and explaining to them the severe consequences that can come behind what happened.
Like every news station
is
funny.
This is getting crazy.
We asked Edgecombe County Schools how they plan to discipline the student who made the social media threat. We were told the school is currently following procedure and has not determined exactly how it will be handled.
Those bins. Go get my bins now. Need to go get my bins. I'll go get them. I know. It's always nice to have that done for the week. You know, because it costs, dude, it's not cheap to have refuse picked up. Refuse is like, what is it? Like $60 a month or something. I have to look at it because it's on the same bill as the gas. They pay my trash out, but it sure beats alternative, which I've had to do before living out in a rural area in Colorado. We had to either burn our trash or take it to the dump. Like I'm a city slicker that's lived. I'm a city slicker that's lived the country life. Yeah. In multiple states. I even kind of felt what the country life was like out here when I was out in that Sun City, I think is what it's called. It's out near Menifee. It's out near Lake Elsinore. That's kind of country out there. There's nothing to do. Like, literally, dude, there's this fucking, the only thing there's to do is drive for 30 minutes or 45 minutes to get to LA. If we go to the beach or something. Oh, 1 week is recycles, the next is food. Oh, what? Food waste? You mix them, right? It's all the same, or is there one they separate and they compost? Your city composts it. Interesting though that they do it like that. I feel like they're kind of getting ripped off. If it costs the same as ours, we get I get 2 bins picked up every week, recycling and trash. Y'all see me rolling past, killing my plants. I'm always running over my plants. Every now and then I'll have somebody pull my recycling. At least I know it's going to recycling when they do that. I don't know if Long Beach is doing that or not. Sending it all to the same place. Or actually separating it. I at least know that guy that takes out of my recycling is taking it to the right place.
For the first time today, we've learned how 17 UNC system schools are reassigning DEI positions and redirecting funding. The Board of Governors voted to repeal the diversity, equity, and inclusion policy months ago, giving individual universities until September 1st to comply. WRAL's Monica Casey was in today's meeting. And Monica, there are a lot of changes underway here.
That's right. The new directive is called the Equality Policy. The Board of Governors says it's a commitment to neutrality. Larger universities in the system like UNC Chapel Hill and NC State had a lot of work to do to comply with this new policy. In total, UNC system schools eliminated 59 positions and realigned 132. $17 million in funding was saved, and about $16 million of that has been redirected to other university initiatives. The two schools with the most changes were UNC Chapel Hill and NC State, with $5.3 and $4.9 million saved and redirected.
The reports will be scrutinized far and wide. Some will say that the campuses went too far. Some will say that campuses didn't go far enough. It's ultimately the Board of Governors that will judge campuses' compliance with the policy.
Board of Governors members emphasized today UNC system schools remain committed to attracting and being inclusive of minority students. Each individual school has provided a lengthy report on what they are doing position by position. UNC Chapel Hills is 17 pages long alone. We'll have more information on what each individual school is doing in our later newscasts. Live in Raleigh, Monica Casey, WRAL News.
And back here in the Life Center, we are learning that Harvard's black student enrollment is down after affirmative action ended. This comes after the Supreme Court struck.
I wonder why. Is the best, highest IQ person for the job filling the seat now, and now the black enrollment is down? Oh, go fucking figure.
Struck down the school's admission system, effectively ending affirmative action nationwide. The numbers dipped down to 14% from 18% last year. That is a dip smaller than what they expected, but it is still significant. Harvard did stress steps that it is taking to beef up recruitment. They say they are sending admission staff to more than 150 cities. They're recruiting in rural areas, and they're also increasing financial aid.
That's hilarious, dude. Go figure, 4% difference. And honestly, that's if 18 you losing 4. That's damn near a quarter. That's damn near a quarter difference. What do you think about this thing? I don't know. It's like 0.22 or something, you know what I'm saying? It's really close to being a quarter difference. That's pretty massive. That means that there were 200, now there's only 150 that got enrolled. So now 50 Asians got in, probably, and 50 white people that scored higher scores. I bet it's worse next year. I bet it's worse next year because they're just now kind of changing things up, you know? They don't want it to be too shocking. I bet they still DEI'd it a little bit. What I'm getting at. Maybe it's going to be stricter, or they allowed waivers this year because they didn't want the numbers to be too skewed, so it didn't make them look like they were really favoring it. Because it's going to be a bad look. If that would have went from 18% to 2%, people would have been like, what in the actual fuck, man? Harvard? What are you doing? You know, because so I bet they made it so that it wouldn't be too big of a percentage. Of a difference. Oh, look, Trump's doing something. He's been doing it for a while, though. There's some minutes of him. Dude, what is the deal with firefighters having handlebar mustaches? The thing.
Sticks for me?
I just want to ride his head. Yo, is that Kid Rock's dad? Is he able to stand so close to him? Secret Service is about to karate chop that dude. Dude, his son is tall as shit. Damn, how tall is he actually? Oh. Baron is actually 6'9". Eric is 6'5". Oh, okay, well, Eric isn't that tall then. I didn't know Baron was 6'9". This dude's 6'5". That's about what I look like walking around in public. I didn't realize that. Shit. What are they always looking at me all weird? Stop looking at me, weirdo. Have you never seen a tall person before? You know, it weirds me out when there's somebody in the store taller than me. I try to stay away from them. Making me look short. Get out of here. Baron is another 4 inches taller than him. That's nutty.
Walking and coming out here, we're going to have you guys back all the way, probably to.
Just kind of skimming through this. I mean, I was late by like 30 minutes. He's still alive. Sweet girl. Sweet little baby girl. Got the John Deere hat on, boy. They were about to go woke, though. Baby girl, can you see? There you go.
Great debate. We had
We're damn near live now. We're only like 45 seconds off.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody.
Sir, what did you say to Kamala Harris this morning when you shook hands?
Just very polite. Very polite.
Plans for debate too?
It was a great. We had a great debate. We had great poll numbers on the debate, and we enjoyed it. I hope she enjoyed it too, but I enjoyed it. And no, we're looking at it, but you know, when you win, you don't really necessarily have to do it a second time. So we'll see. But I thought we had a great debate last night. Thank you very much.
What would need to change for you to agree to a second debate? Would you want different rules? Would you want a different format?
Well, you know, when you don't win, it's like a fighter. When a fighter has a bad fight, gets knocked out, or loses the fight, the first thing he says is, "We want a rematch." So we won the debate according to every poll, every single poll. I think that are we going to do a rematch? I just don't know. But we'll think about it.
Would you still do the one on NBC on September 25th? You proposed that. Are you still committed to that?
I would do NBC. I'd do Fox too. I'd do Fox 2, but right now we have to determine whether or not we even want to do it. We had a great night last night, and you see by the poll numbers, it was really fantastic. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Back to the band. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Dude's like stiff arming him. Thank you, press. Back to the van. And we could have an active shooter on one of these rooftops. A cow can go up there. Ah. They're all serious as shit now. Like 2 weeks ago or whatever, a month ago. They weren't like this. Now everything's super serious or what? I heard from multiple sources he didn't even have, he had like part-timers on that weren't even Secret Service. They were working at Secret Service for some weird shit. They denied it during the hearing, the congressional hearing, but I heard it again somewhere else after that made it seem like they were lying. She was lying in the hearing.
Thank you. Andrew, are we shooting at departure team? How can she get audio for that? No! No! You don't snap me! No! No! Don't snap me!
Okay. Oh, stop tipping me. I think I read up against a trash can on accident. She's smelling something on me. Hey, 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 hey! Don't bite me hard. Now you stay. Now you lay back down. Bobart.
Clark County Communications.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm sitting here. I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation for my job today. And I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. They got away. I couldn't make out the first 3 of the license plate, but I got the numbers.
Clark County Communications.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I got a question. This is a non-emergency line, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Today, and about 4 of them. I couldn't make out the.
Yeah, but the media denies it, right? Why is this? Why did he say they weren't doing this when their people have said that they were doing it? I think that's it. I'm not really coming across much else. And cats are gone for the day, probably. Good for me, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Kitty Cam out. Kitty Cam out. Hey, thanks to Steve, Brody, YYC, Ted Thomas. Anybody else? Miss Bungle. There was a Mark here. Mark Hopper was it? Joker Toker, glad he's doing alright. And Golden 100. Or whether you use not a comment. Using a computer. Ah, come on, man. Hardcore gamer with my PlayStation. Hey, too, Ted. Thanks. Later.